All right, good morning. We are here in Newport, Oregon for the June 28th Oregon State Marine Board quarterly meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order. We have four board members present here, and one will be joining us virtually in a few moments. I'd like to start by just saying the Marine Board, as a board, we lost a very important team member last week, and we would like to offer our sincerest condolences to the family of Steve Cohen. His wonderful personality will be missed very much in our agency. I believe Vice Chair Early has some things she'd like to say.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. So first of all, I'd like to thank Lincoln County for having us here, especially Dion Blake, who is the Lincoln County Marine Deputy. He wasn't able to be here with us because he had family matters, but he's been an excellent instructor for all of our law enforcement events, and just really missed having him here. Also would like to say a big thank you to Dan Shipman from the U.S. Coast Guard for coming and being here at this event at our meeting. And then also to OSP Heather Van Meter, who spent some time with us yesterday and talked about law enforcement here on the coastal region. She's been an excellent instructor for all of our law enforcement partners, as well as protecting the coast for us, which is awesome. So, yeah, I can keep going. I do have a coin presentation that I would like to do. So, Eddie Persichetti, who is in charge of all the training for our law enforcement partners, has been really building this program for the last several years, and since he took this program over. And this year in Jefferson County, he hosted the largest academy with so many incredible moving parts. He had a ton of volunteers at Lake Billy Chinook, several different scenarios. He had instructors in training. He had just so many people there. And then on top of that, he, of course, did some of the other training events, which was the PWC training, and also helped with the swiftwater rescue training. Drift down in Jackson County just a few weeks ago included several changes due to closures on parts of the river. And Eddie is just so wonderful at making those adjustments and utilizing his team to do that. So I would like to present a coin to Eddie for all of his efforts in training our law enforcement partners.
I'd like to second that. You know, Eddie's always done an excellent job with all this training. I've commented a couple times how impressed I've been. Yeah, driving over here the other day, I went through Eddyville, so I'm even more impressed that he's got a city named after him in Oregon. But Eddie, you always do a wonderful job, and kudos. I think it's really something to see how you pull all this together, as Phil said. So I second a coin, and if you want a second coin, I'll give you another one.
And I actually also want to thank Eddie for inviting me to be out at Lake Billy Chinook, and I learned a lot from all the people that I interacted with, and I also had a great fun time being one of the scenario people. So thank you, Eddie. Anything else?
Just, look forward to seeing Eddie at Jet down on the Rogue River in just a few weeks, and I know that that'll be a great event also. Also like to kind of give a shout out to one of our boating safety advocates, Luke Martinez. I had the opportunity to go down the river with him, one of my first ever stand-up paddleboard opportunities, and just watching him in action, dealing with the public, educating them about the importance of life jackets, even in still water, was really incredible, and just a positive influence. People are happy to talk to him. They give him all kinds of information. He passes on additional information about why we need the kids to be wearing these life jackets, even though it's flat water. And just wanted to really give him a big shout out for that. So thanks to Luke for being a positive influence for the Oregon State Marine Board and for Oregon boaters. I think I'm done.
All right, thank you. So I have two other things I want to talk about. The first one is I also would like to present a coin to a person who's a relatively new employee, one who hit the ground running in an oared raft and has never looked back. coming up with some great ideas to better engage with the whitewater community and to get the OSMB message out in very creative ways, including sponsorship and PFD distribution at the most recent Rose Festival milk carton races. So I would like to thank Justin Lauer for his creativity and energy, and keep up the great fun that you're doing. The other one is that our board member, Colleen Moran, this is her last meeting. And I'd just like to take a moment to say that I've really appreciated her ideas, her opinions, especially as a person who's substantially younger than most of us board members and coming in with a very different perspective as a lifelong voter. So Colleen, thank you for your service to the voters of Oregon. I don't think you're actually on our video right now, but hopefully you'll see this. Thank you.
I'd like to second that for Colleen. It's been really nice to have somebody on the board, the younger perspective, first of all, from the cruiser community, but also with so much incredible knowledge about the Portland area. You know, for somebody who comes from the southern part of the state who has not spent a lot of time on Portland waters, it's really been refreshing to have her perspective and knowledge about what happens in that Portland area, as well as some of the other members of the board also, but just her unique perspective from a young voter person. So thanks, Colleen.
Any other announcements or thank yous?
Well, I want to say the same thing you guys said. Thank you, Colleen, for participating. And I really appreciate being the old codger on the group of having someone youthful that is looking toward the future. Because the future really belongs to the younger generation. So hopefully you can help us recruit somebody to take your place who has the same kind of outlook that you do. So thank you, Colleen.
And I would also like to say thank you. I never actually got to meet her in person. I was always through video, but thank you for all the great input, and wish you the very best and you know, future plans that you have. And it's really nice to connect with you. Although it was all through video, it was so very informative for me. So thank you.
All right, so now we're going to start our official agenda. First item is the meeting minutes approval for the April 26th meeting. Are there any comments or questions about the minutes?
Excellent job as always, Jennifer. And so I would make a motion that we approve the minutes as written.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the April 26th meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, the motion passes. The next item is public comment. I don't believe we have anyone signed up, but we had some folks yesterday, so Val is going to transmit their commentary.
So we had a couple show up from down in Gold Beach yesterday who had some public comment, but unfortunately at our work session, we could not take public comment because it was not noticed. So they really wanted their public comment to be entered into the record. And so I agreed to read it for them since they're from down in my area. So this is their public comment. To the Oregon State Marine Board, greetings. I wish to submit a proposal for establishing Hunter Creek in Curry County with a non-motorized designation. Hunter Creek is a designated salmon and steelhead state waterway, a small coastal stream with seasonal variations in flow which create vulnerabilities to the fishery. It is a navigable waterway generally suited only for float craft and is popular for such use during the January through March steelhead season. It is closed to fishing at all other times of the year. In recent years, there has been an increase in incidents in which small 1- and 2-person jet boats make attempts to run upstream, most often running into difficulty due to obstructions of trees and boulders. The most recent of which occurred during the salmon run last October when an unregistered, expired, 1-person jet boat went through active spawning reds, destroying 2 that I was able to document, having to make multiple attempts to get over gravel bars due to the low, clear water. It was eventually hauled up out of the creek by hand, the operator and several others leaving considerable litter in the form of beverage containers and Dungeness crab waste in the process. In discussion with biologist Steve Mazer of the Gold Beach office of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, he stated he was going to get non-motorized designation for Hunter Creek this year. He may have already begun the process, but I wish to be assured that it will be implemented this year. I will begin to look through the Marine Board database to understand and follow the process. In the meantime, any suggestions you may have will be appreciated. If the process has not been initiated by the relevant Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife officials, may I be informed as to how to do so. Hunter Creek suffers greatly from a lack of enforcement of existing riparian ordinances. Its salmon and steelhead populations struggling with agricultural and residential pollutions. The destruction of spawning areas by the careless operation of high-powered watercraft only adds insult to the injury. As a property owner on Hunter Creek, allied with property owners and various organizations, we would like to see Hunter Creek included with the other small coastal rivers along the Wild Rivers coast as having a non-motorized designation. I will appreciate assistance with this proposal if I may be advised of the proper procedures. Eric Hayline.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Hingline coming out and making this testimony from yesterday. I guess this is something that maybe staff could reach out to him and talk to him about the process.
Yes.
How we might make that happen, or.
Yes, I believe Josh is going to reach out to him
Okay.
and give him some information.
Great, thank you. Moving on to item A, our director's report. Director Warren, the floor is yours.
All right, Chair Jackson, members of the board, and Larry Warren, Director of your Oregon State Marine Board. A few things that I wanted to call out on the director's report, and then of course take any questions. First, yes, absolutely. Josh is aware of the situation of the public testimony, and he'll be following up. So I can assure the board that there will be good follow-up. I wanted to talk just real briefly about the board appointment processes. Governor changed, so we have a new team of people handling appointments. And I can confirm with 100% accuracy that as of last night, Chair Jackson is scheduled to be up for the reappointment slate in the September timeframe. So that's good. That's a win. And then we're still working through the process of seeing where we're at in terms of the infinitesimal perpetual board member early. I don't know, forever board member early. There is a chance that, as always, that this could be board member early's last meeting. That's too sad to talk about, so I won't dwell on that piece. But there is a chance that we could have a replacement in the September slate. I don't have confirmation on that piece yet. And then, of course, with member Moran ending her time with our board, we'll be looking for another replacement for that person. So I think the natural resource area was delayed just a bit on board appointments with the governor change because there was something like 1,000 board appointments they're trying to get through statewide, and just a recognition that some of the governor's priority areas needed some attention. There was boards that couldn't meet because there was no quorums. There was, issues like that. So they really focused in on priorities and challenges. And so luckily we didn't fall in that category. So the fact that we kind of got put into the September slot, don't read anything into that. Give a legislative update. The last few weeks were busy, I guess, sort of. To wrap a few things, I've provided the board updates throughout session, so I won't try to rehash, but I'll just cover a few. Probably the biggest policy bills that got through that related to us was around the abandoned derelict vessel program. And one of the shifts that really happened in this session is Department of State Lands really now is clearly kind of the owner of the abandoned derelict vessel issue. There was a bill 2914 sponsored by Representative Gomberg, who happens to actually be from the Lincoln County area. And it established a program at DSL for abandoned derelict vessels. And I think one of the pieces that's important about that is just that kind of gives some weight and credence to it. Along with that, DSL received $18 million and some change of funding for addressing ADV issues. And as part of that, Dorothy Deal and Josh Mahone will be participating in a work group led by DSL to come up with solutions that perhaps could be implemented in the future to address ADV issues. So ADVs was very, very big topic. Coast, I think, again, we're at the coast, so let's always remember at the coast, that's a different problem than in the Multnomah County area. They're both equally challenging. They're both probably equally as expensive. The coast might actually be more expensive, but it's a big topic for everybody. And the legislator took some real direct steps to start putting some more finance and weight through that. In our budget, we did receive the authority to continue using the ARPA funds we received last time. So we had, I think, roughly 650, 700,000 left. And you have to ask permission to spend it once a biennium ends. And so we received that. So Dorothy Deal will be continuing to lead the expenditure of the ARPA funds that was really targeted in Senator Taylor's district. And so that work will continue. Also want to, I guess, in the world of ADVs, I think one thing that's really incredible about Marine Board staff is how much work they do that just goes unnoticed. And so it's sometimes frustrating when I hear from the public that the Marine Board does nothing or doesn't hear something. So one of the things that our staff did, and that included procurement, it included Dorothy and Josh, was we saw that there was going to be a need for all this ADV work to have some contracts put in place. And putting together a big statewide price agreement is not fun for anybody. And they muscled through knowing that the program was probably going to primarily go to DSL, so that when DSL received the funding in the program, they could go right to work with a state pricing agreement. So over the last year and a half, staff put a lot of work into getting a state price agreement for contractors that can deal with ADV issues. And they did it in a way that everybody out there can use it, so that, again, folks can hit the ground running with some of that. So that's an area where, again, good leadership from staff on getting that work done.
So just a question, so if I remember right, in 2914, it included both recreational and commercial vessels. Did that survive?
Remember early, yes, that survived. And I think that's where you see the coastal side. I think the big expense is kind of the aging commercial fleet.
Yes.
Versus, more of a recreational fleet in the valley area. And years like this kind of make me nervous, where there's not going to be a Chinook season for the commercial trawlers. I worry about all those boats and what happens to them. And that's something that I'm sure the work groups will be talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Wasn't there an opportunity for some national funding too?
Member Withy, I think part of the idea of creating a program is that then the state could go after federal money more readily. We had an example 18 months ago or so where Josh Mahome and Dorothy had identified an opportunity to apply for some federal money, substantial amount, and just couldn't convince anybody to apply for it. So maybe by having a state program that's got some ownership of it, those kind of opportunities won't get missed. It's always better for the state if we can spend federal money. Well, almost always. There's times it comes with strings. Did you have another question, member, early before I move?
No, you're not to the next part yet.
Okay. So the next piece, just as a highlight, I made the board aware our budget was approved. We essentially got the governor's recommended budget, which essentially was what we had asked for. There were some technical adjustments that are just things like service charges. The net on it was not much money, $30,000, $40,000, but it has to do with usually like DAS lowers a fee, and so they lower our budget because we won't pay as high of a fee. So budgetarily, we came out really well, and we're in a good, solid, really solid financial position. Our cash is strong, our budget is good, so we are in a really good place from that. As of this morning, it did not look like the governor had yet signed it, but again, that's very normal. It's usually, I'm sure she's got a lot going on at the end of session to sign through. It's through all the hurdles. There is the last step of the governor's signature, but that'll be done, I'm sure, shortly. So we do operate, the state generally operates on a continuing resolution until that happens. So we're able to conduct business July 1, no problem. Disappointment for this session. The life jacket concepts out there, ours included, didn't get much traction this year. it really looked like the one being sponsored by the doctors out of OHSU and Representative Reynolds was really good hearings. And it felt like, boy, that's almost too easy. And then there's always a reminder, nothing's too easy over at the Capitol. So that bill just quietly seemed to not get movement early in the session after having what felt like a really good hearing. So we are waiting for session to be done, which it is now. Let everybody rest up. And then we will be sometime between now and September reaching out to Representative Reynolds and the folks involved. They were very involved with us in developing the concept and see if we can get some more insight into what went wrong, so to speak, because they would have more of the insight on that track. And then really continue that work and that relationship, hopefully with Representative Reynolds and at least the doctors involved, to try to continue to work on our concept of making sure it's very clear in law that youth 12 and under have to wear a life jacket. So that was a session miss, which is really unfortunate. But the good news is we know now there's a representative out there that cared enough to sponsor a bill and have a hearing. And so we can continue to work with her and others and try to find people that can help us advance boating safety. In terms of the session piece, just want to thank Josh Mahom as well. Josh represents us at the legislative coordinators meetings. He does an excellent job there. He also is the one who gets my 9 p.m. panic texts about what's going on something or a bill. Sometimes he talks me off the ledge. Sometimes he puts me further up the ledge. It just depends on what mood we're both in. But he does an incredible amount of work on session, and it's very helpful to have someone like him that I can talk about some of the concepts and where things are going and helping to keep track of things. So that's been a great piece he offers. Thinking a little bit about moving on from session, thinking a little bit about just that life jacket bill, a little bit of connections. Our fatalities are running a little high compared to last year. Again, it's hard to do a year-over-year comparison because one or two events or something can change some of that trajectory. And it's not necessarily that kind of data that correlates quite that way. But one thing I wanted to point out, while we don't get involved in just all the water-related fatalities, we focus on the boating ones. We are noticing as staff, there has been a lot of water-related fatalities that I guess from the Marine Board perspective, we're thankful that they're not boating. But from a people that care about people being safe on the water, you just are reading about a lot of people out there swimming, playing, and ending up in some fatalities. And so that speaks somewhat directly to what Representative Reynolds' bill was trying to do, which was expand the use of life jackets in those situations. So just encouraging everybody out there to continue to be safe when they are on the water. And then two more things. I've got one, also acknowledge the registration staff. Andrew Pop, the manager, presented last board meeting, and at the time we were running 24, 25 weeks behind on title. We've been very caught up on registrations. So that's been good. I think right now they've brought that down to about eight weeks as of today. So that's just, I've said for a while that the being behind was definitely not a staff issue. We have great registration staff. It was really a leadership challenge, and Andrew's come in and really worked with the team, and the team's responded really well. And they're just doing a lot of great work down there and have reduced that backlog. And I always tell people, nobody's happier about that than them. When I talk to people, it's like, this is not a team that likes to be behind. It's not fun to get called all day and asked where you're at. So they've done incredible work down there to bring that backlog down. And I know Andrew's continuing to work to bring that down a little further. We'd like to continue to whittle that down to probably under a month or so. But also want to make clear that we have been maintaining being caught up on renewals and registration. So the titling and some of those type things are usually what slow us down.
I'd like to say thank you to Andrew, because I've had a few people reach out to me, just frustrations. And so I contacted Andrew and he was able to help me direct him in the right right place. And it just very nice to get some response and have a very quick action responsiveness. And so thank you to Andrew and his entire team for that.
Great. Yeah. It's been really, Andrew's really brought that customer service management piece and really done a nice job of balancing how to handle squeaky wheels, how to keep processes improving. And again, the staff have always done an amazing job, and they've just continued to respond. Good work. And then Chair Jackson, I think, or I can't remember, mentioned that Dan Shipman was here for what's going to be his last meeting. So if it's okay, I just was wanting Brian maybe just to say a couple words about Dan and his service to our organization. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair Jackson, members of the board. For the record, I'm Brian Paulson, Boating Safety Program Manager for the Oregon State Marine Board. Our relationship with the Coast Guard often doesn't get highlighted enough. It's really two-pronged. One, every year we apply for a recreational boating safety grant, which is a little over $2 million. Yearly, that directly funds marine law enforcement efforts, education, outreach. The other piece is we have a recreational boating specialist out of District 13, in this case, Dan Shipman. So the last 20 years, he's served Oregon boaters by being a liaison to our agency, whether it be policy work, looking at preemption, incident fatalities, investigations, things like that. So really want to thank Dan for his service to Oregon boaters over the last 20 years as a recreational boating specialist for U.S. Coast Guard District 13, but also prior to that, Dan was active in the Coast Guard for over 20 years with multiple stations here in Oregon. So thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Brian. So with that, I would take any questions.
I had a couple things. First of all, yesterday was really rewarding to me and very helpful. I really appreciate Gwen and Cindy and Sergeant Van Meter taking the time to talk to us. We've talked about the Clean Marina program repeatedly in these meetings. It's really good to see it on the ground and see how it's implemented and how it's orchestrated. And then learn about the law enforcement aspect. Sergeant Van Meter was very, very helpful. But the greatest thing I got out of it was seeing the passion those members of the staff have for what they do and how they support the boating community. So I want to say thank you to them and thank you to you for allowing us to give perspective on that. Thanks. On the director's report, I want to talk a little bit about the enhanced recreational boating certificate. So this is going to take some resources, obviously, staff. Is this going to be a requirement for boaters to some degree in the future to get this certificate? I just don't know where we're going with the program. I think from what I see, it's going to be a very good program, but I'm not sure there's enough incentive there for boaters to participate in it.
A member with you, I always like to get you the best answer, so we'll ask Brian Paulson to give you a response on that one.
Thank you, Larry. Member Withy, in regards to the enhanced boating education certificate and a lot of that additional education actually not requirements, it would be voluntary. We have Marianne McKenzie, who is our education program coordinator. She works on committees nationally. She's the chair for the education committee nationally for NASBA. This is a campaign and really a direct charge that the NASBA community is looking at. So it is nothing that we have specifically brought on our agenda for the state. It is something that's being worked on nationally. But as of now, if you were to ask me to give you a definitive answer, it'd be a voluntary program.
But there is some on-water skills training associated with it that would require some resource investment on our part.
Potentially. I think there is a lot of opportunity out there for instructors who volunteer for this type of work. They are accredited, and this is something that might be more of a a resource that's not directly funded by the Marine Board. It might be something that we can do through grants.
Well, I'm all for it. I'm just trying to understand what impact it would have on us. I think it would be a great program if we could get people to participate.
Yeah, I can echo that. The one thing, you know, looking at incident and fatality data is oftentimes it's the casual boater that's really that underlying theme. You know, boating's an apprenticeship. It's something that people are always learning, and people learn from mistakes. And if we have some type of additional education that's out there or training, it definitely would help reduce those incident fatalities.
I probably could use some of the training myself. I've been into the lumber business for a long time. Thank you.
Since you're still there, do you have an update on the June fatalities for us? I know that we have had a lot of hot weather and a lot of cold water, and just was wondering kind of where we are now.
So, Vice Chair Early, since the board report, if I recall, there are 6 fatalities in the board report. We are at 8 recreational boating fatalities. The last 2 fatalities were capsizing in very small, open motorized boats, about 15 feet, where underlying factors was wind waves, low freeboard. The most recent one, the individual was wearing an inflatable life jacket that was not armed, so the life jacket did not inflate. And that was a major factor in the drowning. The fatality before that, the additional capsizing, that was on Odell Lake, and unfortunate.
Thank you.
And I would add there, remember that inflatable piece is just one we have to continue to think about how we do education. They're a great thing. The life jacket you wear is the best life jacket you have, you know, one you're going to wear. But we just find that many consumers are not aware of how much you're buying off also on maintenance and just understanding how to arm it and understanding how to do the maintenance. And this is not our first fatality where an inflatable life jacket not being properly armed or cared for played a part. So.
And I might add on the education outreach piece on inflatable life jackets, we have created materials that we take to the sportsman show that show the maintenance. We also have some newsletter pieces that we put out there in social media. So we've really tried to capitalize on the education outreach on it. Unfortunately, the internet services that sell these type of things don't always educate the consumer.
Yeah, Ashley's done a really good job getting that information out there. Also with the cold water, hot weather piece too, and wear your life jacket. Yeah, it's out there. And you're right. Any life jacket you wear is the best life jacket.
I think it was also really great, going back to Eddie at the Law Enforcement Academy, that the officers that were being trained were learning more about the problems associated with inflatables, and when they're doing an inspection of a boater, whether it's a non-motorized or a motorized boater, to actually look at the item and make sure that, you know, the CO2 cartridge is actually screwed in at least. And if there are the indicators that show pressure, you know, how to look at those so that when they're doing an inspection, they're actually helping the individual and not just saying, okay, you got it, okay, fine, go. So I thought that was really good that they're actually at that level looking at it and realizing what the pitfalls of those are so that they can help instruct the boaters that are using them.
There's definitely data-wise a high percentage of boaters that have expired cartridges or cartridges that aren't armed. So yeah, we definitely push that at our academy to inform marine law enforcement on that.
Is there anything being tracked, like to identify what percentage of the fatalities are connected to inflatable?
Absolutely, and that's statewide and nationally.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for either Director Warren or Brian?
I have another question, but neither of them.
It's okay. Come on up.
Yeah. Yeah, Janine, I want to say thank you again, as I often do, for your project updates. So it's very helpful for me to see the pictures. One of the questions and concern I have is on these projects to support the underserved communities, which I think are just great and wonderful. My question is, when we get these reports, I'd like to be able to see how we sustain those people, the users' interest in the future. They're still living in an underserved community, and they really don't have the resources necessarily on their own to go out and buy a kayak. So how do we keep them involved? And how do we continue to support them? So maybe when we get the reports from these organizations, they can address that and cover it. Because I know it's great to have them out there the first time, they're all in twos, but what about the next time, the time after that, and how we keep them engaged is something that's of interest to me.
Yeah, several of the organizations do offer things. So Lower Clubby Estuary Partnership, they offer discounted rental rates through a couple different organizations to give people another opportunity. Willamette River Keepers offers for folks who have done some paddles, like the River Discovery Paddle, to come back and do one of their other events for free. So they're doing it, trying to collect a lot of data with these communities is sometimes a bit scary. I'm wondering to know, why do you want this type of data? So we're working through those processes, trying to get more information without it seeming like government is collecting data. There's some sensitivity around that, but that is the ultimate thing, is to have people try it once, like it, and come and do it again, and eventually either, utilize liveries or purchase their own equipment. We'd like to see folks out on the water safely.
So it'd be nice to be able to see a plan for that in these reports.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I see Valerie's face on the screen making some facial gestures about some of these comments. I know their organization does give the coupons.
Yes.
I also am friends with one of the managers at one of the businesses they give coupons for. And she said, the thing is, we love to support these things. She said in her however many years, and she's been there like 15 or 20 years, has never seen a coupon come back. And so trying to figure out what it is that would motivate those people to continue their exploration, because it appears that maybe the rental coupons aren't the thing, or what it might be.
Yes.
And maybe it's even just sharing information about the different organizations. So that somebody comes out and does like a Lower Columbia big canoe trip, and they get information about something that's being done by Columbia Slough or Tualatin River Keepers or one of those other organizations to try different kinds of boats in different locations.
No, that's a great idea. I know that they
I'm
do.
just playing off the fact that I see two faces up there.
Yeah, I will say they do talk. So last Saturday, I was out at the Tualatin River Discovery Day working that event. And I was really pleased to see that they had partnered with Willamette River Keepers to get additional life jackets. They had paddles from Columbia Slough. So they are communicating, but I think maybe we can help facilitate some other cross communication, or have a resource out there that folks who have participated in one of those events can see who else has opportunities, and try to pull some resources and encourage more. Transportation is a barrier for many participants, and I'm not quite sure how to tackle that one, other than we are looking at trying to get access sites within a convenient location of mass transit stops, and trying to work with facility owners on how to facilitate rentals at some of those locations to encourage people to go. It's going to take a heavy lift, but we're trying to incorporate some of that to reduce the transportation barrier.
And I just like that we think everyone who tries boating will want to do it again. That's
Why wouldn't they, right?
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Any other questions for Denise? Any other questions for Director Warren? All right, I guess we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is a discussion about the Clean Marina program with Glenn. You're done, right?
I'm done. I'm gonna hang up here just in case, they need backup, but Glenn will join us.
And Glenn, I'd also like to thank you very much for your tour yesterday. Again, kind of echoing what Member Whitney said. We read about this stuff, we see, see presentations, but to actually walk out there and see what it looks like on the ground, and the challenges that the marina operators face with some of it. It was really interesting. So thank you for taking the time to do that yesterday.
Thanks for that. I appreciate that. So
It was-
today we'll kind of dive down in a little bit further.
It was really incredible. In fact, so my husband joined us for part of it yesterday and he was like, that guy knows everything. So you got a fan.
I appreciate that.
I second that too. I was really impressed with how clean the dumpsters were, and just, I believe the fuel tanks are checked every day. So I just felt like there was a lot of work that was being done that was really critical. So I just want to say thank you for all that presentation, how much work.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Just for introduction, I'm Glenn Dolphin. I'm the Environmental Programs Coordinator for the Marine Board. My title's changed a little bit over the years. I've been with the agency for 16 and a half years now. Just realized yesterday, some of you I know and some of you I don't. So I was hired first to run this program full time. It started in 2006, actually 2005. The Marine Board brought an intern in to create the program and model it after some of the East Coast states that had started similar programs. And that intern certified the first marina, which was the Rocky Point Marina on the Multnomah Channel. I came in late 2006 and worked in the program full time until 2010, when the agency created the Aquatic Invasive Species Prevention Program. And I transitioned over to that program's coordinator position. There was a lot of work in those first 5 years to get that program up and running and educate the public and coordinate with ODFW and sign contracts. It was very busy. However, in 2018, the program AIS was kind of on cruise control, and between 10 and 18, the agency saw 3 different clean marina coordinators come and go. And so I was asked at that time, what do you think about splitting your time and going 50-50 clean marina and AIS? And so I agreed to that. And so I have been back into clean marina program since then. So today we're just gonna go over kind of the general format of the program. How do people get certified? What incentives, what things do I give marinas along their journey of becoming certified? I'm just going to highlight some of those environmental concerns that exist at marinas. Kind of just show you a little bit about what the program guidebook steps participants through. Give you a sense of what that checklist looks like that I put on a clipboard and walk the marinas with, and help the facilities implement what are generally referred to as best management practices to protect the environment. Then I'm going to wrap it up with the intersection with NOAA and their marine debris program. Clean Marina has a nexus with that. And then lastly, just give a quick snapshot of the NOAA grant that we received at the Marine Board and we utilized during 2021 and early 2022 to remove ADVs from certified clean marinas. So around the country, these are the states that have implemented this type of program. As you can kind of see, primarily coastal states, a few inland states, but this all started back in the early 2000s in the state of, I believe, Maryland or Florida. I'm not sure which one was the very first state to do this. And these clean marina programs actually have a tie-in with the coastal states and their coastal zone management plans that are submitted and worked through NOAA and EPA. So these coastal zone management plans are required for coastal states to implement. And in Oregon, it's implemented by the Department of Land Conservation and Development, DLCD. So DLCD actually worked with the Marine Board back in that 2005 year to help create this program because it meets a subcategory in those required plans for addressing non-point and point source pollution from marinas in the coastal zone. And so this program is a voluntary enrollment program for marinas to receive free technical assistance to implement best management practices to protect the environment. So that's how these all started. There's no requirement that states do these programs, but it's been very successful in the states that have been able to implement them and also have a full-time staff person work the program. So I've noticed that some states, when they lose coordinators and they don't get refilled, those programs really suffer and don't advance. So 17 years of our program has seen a total of 64 certified facilities, and 17 of those are in the coastal zone. And this program is open to not just, marinas, whether they're private or publicly owned, but also yacht clubs, floating home moorages, and I also work with a couple boatyards. And so the floating home moorages and the boatyards kind of have their own checklist that I've pared down to just be specifically about the activities that happen at a floating home moorage. They don't have fuel stations at floating home moorages, so that whole fuel station section is not in their checklist. Currently I have 2 active facilities working through the process to become certified. And in fact, one of those 2 is the city of Warrington, which will be the last publicly owned facility in the coastal zone to join. So they just have a couple more things to kind of finalize this calendar year. Hope to get them certified, added. As I mentioned, it's a voluntary program to enroll in. There's no fees to pay to enroll or anything like that. I'm available as a technical assistance resource, not an environmental regulatory person. I don't wear a DEQ hat, I wear a Marine Board hat. And so some privately owned marinas have turned away my offer for them to join because I work for the government and they see me more like a DEQ. Other private marinas have accepted me in and have quickly realized I'm not DEQ. I'm there to help solve problems, not penalize them for their problems. Yeah, as I mentioned, it's open to all these different categories. The facilities that are in the program really do educate boaters on clean boating practices. And I'll kind of go through some of those activities that they do. They're really, reducing and really properly managing their waste. They're implementing these best management practices. They're really demonstrating, leadership in this particular avenue because this is a voluntary program to join. And really by volunteering and showing the DEQ that marinas do care about clean waters, there hasn't been any new regulatory laws put on marinas in these 17 years of the program by DEQ. And I see that as a really positive way to, we don't necessarily need new laws, we just need this current suite of laws to be implemented and protect the environment through those. So how do you get into the program? There's just different ways that I've gotten the information out and previous coordinators from me as well. Obviously on our website, we've got the information. Hopefully everyone, all the board members are receiving my annual newsletter that goes out. There's can be events that have been attended in the past, and I, as previous coordinators, have held workshops around the state, inviting marinas in to come learn about the program, and that's been a way to gain signups. My last workshop was that 2 months before the pandemic down in Eugene, where I invited all the Fern Ridge Reservoir facilities out, and I think there's 5 of them on that reservoir. And 2 of them are run by the county, Parks and Rec, and the other 3 are private. I've been able to get 2 of the private marinas certified in the program since then, and the county, hopefully next year, will start their process to join as well. So there's a pledge form. It's kind of like a sign up form. It's just the facility signing a piece of paper that shows they're interested and they want to pursue that certification rather than just them telling me they want to. Facilities can perform a self-assessment if they want to using the checklist. I don't have that happen very often. Most facilities want me to walk them through the checklist on a site visit. So that's where I'll do these preliminary site visits, and I will create the marina's to-do list. Okay, you have these items, you don't have this sign up. I provide facilities signs that are required to have up, and so that's a really great first step, is providing them those basic materials to get them going on the to-do list. Some marinas can and have finished their preliminary work in a matter of a couple months, and I'm back on site to certify. Others can take a year or two. Once they get to 2 years, I'm kind of like, are you guys going to join or not? Because and then I'm just there to help you. I don't try and pester facilities to continue with their implementation, but I try and encourage them, and occasionally contact them to see what their status is. So then once the process has been completed, there's a certification that I'll show you what they get, the benefits. And then every 3 years, I go back on site for a scheduled recertification evaluation. And in fact, this afternoon, I have an appointment with staff at the Port of Coos Bay down to recertify their Charleston Marina this afternoon, and also go over to their shipyard and recertify that facility with them as well. And it just so happens that the Port of Coos Bay has a new harbor master for those facilities. Been on the job for 6 or 8 months, so kind of be a good introduction and orientation for me to have with him as well this afternoon. So these incentives that come along, I provide them pollution prevention supplies, basically oil spill prevention and cleanup type materials, oil absorbents. You can see that spill kit down there in the lower right. That is like a 45-gallon garbage can with 50 feet of absorbent boom in 10-foot lengths that can clip together, a stack of absorbent pads, some gloves, some bags. And when that kit is used, then the facility reports back to me what they did, how they responded, what equipment they ended up using, and then the Marine Board resupplies them in that kit. I'll show here the boater spill kit is a gallon size Ziploc bag with an absorbent pad folded up. The Marine Board's Clean Boater booklet in there, and a sheet of paper describing to the boater how to dispose of that pad once it becomes contaminated with oil. And that's a great outreach material for marinas to actually give something to a boater. So every time I go on site to a marina, I have a box of these boater spill kits that I give them to distribute out to boaters. And Larry let me know yesterday that every time he fuels up, they're trying to give him another one. And I don't know how many you have on your boat, but
Diligent.
yeah. And so as I mentioned, these are non-regulatory site visits. I have templates for things to help them comply. So I don't expect them to come up with the rules that are required for making sure, for example, boaters are informed that they're not allowed to flush their toilet at the marina when they're on their boat. That is by no means acceptable or legal. And so pointing that out to boaters is one of the required rules that they have on their moorage contracts. And, you know, things like no underwater hull scraping is allowed at a clean marina. That would remove paint from the boat. A lot of the boats, especially in the coastal zone, have anti-fouling paint on them that contain chemicals. It's made to slowly slough off and prevent marine organisms from attaching in the first place and then growing. But if you go down there and start scraping marine growth off, you're going to also remove paint, and that's contaminating the environment with that paint. It's not how the paint is designed to be managed. Those boats at that point should be coming out of the water, going to a boatyard and being professionally cleaned and repainted on land. So I have all those templates for those rules to be implemented. Emergency response plans. I have a 3-ring binder template that I give to facilities, and all they got to do is fill out empty blanks in that response plan. And it's all tabbed for whatever emergency would happen. There's probably a good dozen emergency types in this book, so that the marina could open it up and they have a sheet of paper that says, do this, do that, call this number. You know, you got to fill out the local power company phone number, because when you lose power, you want to just be able to call them right away and get the situation assessed. A spill prevention, control, and countermeasure plan, commonly referred to as SPCC. Those are required for fuel stations that store over a certain threshold of fuel on site. And that's required by EPA for those plans to be on site and completed. And I have, again, a template, a federal template that I provide facilities that may need that. And actually, some marinas are reported to me that because they're clean marina and they have a state certification, they've been able to provide that to their insurance companies and get discounts on their annual environmental liability insurance rates. So that's just a great side benefit to all of this for those facilities. If you can save money on insurance policies because you have a state certification, then to me, that's another great incentive and benefit. The flag gets flown probably at about 40% of my marinas. We saw it yesterday at the Port of Newport. And so if anybody flies the flag and they need a new one, then I have replacements of that as well. You can see these folks pretty happy down there receiving their flag. That was the Waverly Marina many years ago up in the Portland area. But we try and make sure that they're publicly recognized as participants. We do provide them a certificate, you can see there, that's signed by Director Warren with the date of their certification. And they get a sign, you can see in the upper right, it's 11 by 17 sign that they post around the facility, just making sure the public is aware that, hey, we're a certified facility and we're asking you to do your part to also protect water quality and the environment while you boat. They get authorization to use the logo on their website and any of their printed materials that they would do from the marina. And they can obviously promote themselves however they would like as a participating facility. We list them on our website. I talk about them in the newsletter when they get recertified. And so these are ways that we try and make sure that they're recognized for participating in the program. Some of the impacts, you know, when I first started doing this, not a lot of facilities were doing recycling for glass and mostly just cardboard, but other materials. And so I've had about 20 marinas start new recycling programs, which has been great. Moorage rule updates have happened at all 64 facilities. They didn't have the environmental rules that I was looking for. And so now they all have them in place. They've all started these education efforts, right, with my boater spill kit that I give them, having aquatic invasive species signage at the sites, which wasn't there before I came on site, having the spills aren't slick oil reporting number signs. I'll show some images of those. Those were never at marinas until this program interacted with them. I'm making sure and confirming that all of these petroleum storage tanks are operating in compliance with state laws. I haven't found any that weren't, so that's good. And now everybody has emergency oil spill kit. Now the ports have always had good supplies of spill kits. And so my kit, it supplements what they have, but they have 10 times more than what I provide them. However, small private facilities have really benefited from this oil spill response kit, because before me coming on site to a floating home moorage, even the yacht clubs, which I have probably about 6 of them in the program, they didn't have an oil spill response kit on site. And that was like, well, this is something that you really should have for that emergency situation. So now they do. You know, some of those environmental concerns, right? There's floating debris that when I come on site to do a recertification, I better not see either of those pictures on the left. That's not taking care of removing debris from the water. And those are pictures from Oregon marinas, unfortunately. So I have to come on site and say, this is not meeting standards. Let me know when this will be corrected, and I'll be back to confirm. And they respond quickly when I point out deficiencies, so it's been really great. On the right, you can see clearly a derelict boat, whether it's abandoned or not, who knows, but it's definitely derelict when it's got a 10-year expired sticker on it. It may be hard to see that, but I think it was an 11 sticker, and this picture was from 21 or 22. And was at one of our certified clean marinas. Before 2021, managing abandoned and derelict vessels was not part of the Clean Marina program for different reasons. But Josh in 2021 and I really agreed that managing and preventing ADVs at clean marinas needs to be a high priority. And so I added it as a new standard to the program because that boat there is very much in danger of sinking at any point. You know, oil spills, as I mentioned, that spills aren't slick signage. You know, small amounts, a pint of petroleum can cover an acre of water in an oil sheen. So it doesn't take much to create an oil sheen. I had a question yesterday, you know, when is an oil sheen supposed to be reported? And technically, per EPA and DEQ rules, all oil sheens should be reported to those agencies. And then once you call and report a sheen, the agency will talk to you about what's happening, how big, where are you at, what do you think happened? And so based on all that information, very incident specific, they'll either get direction to just leave it alone, let it evaporate. It's really small, it's just gasoline. Oh, it's diesel or oil. Okay, that needs to be soaked up with absorbent pads, put a boom around it. We're going to send you staff from the agency to help you, that kind of stuff. Coast Guard will occasionally get involved if there's a big sheen. And so there's two different reporting numbers, one to the state, one to the Coast Guard. And in fact, 800 Oils 911 is a West Coast number that goes to that state that you're calling from, to their DEQ, or I think in California, it's their Department of Fish and Wildlife. And in Washington, it's their Department of Ecology. Unencapsulated foam for floating docks is a concern. Marine Board actually has laws on the books that say polystyrene, the white bead foam, shall be encapsulated in some kind of material that meets a specific standard on a list in the law to protect it from breaking apart and polluting water quality. Again, these are real pictures from Oregon Clean Marinas where I've been like, this is not acceptable. A piece of foam is not to be used as a fender or a bumper between the dock and a boat. And if it's exposed, you can see on the lower right, that's a really well-built marina. It's just an aging marina, and the black plastic box that would normally be covering that foam in the lower right had fallen down, where you can see the next one was still installed. And this facility probably had 24 of these that had fallen down, and was working on getting them fixed to meet standards. Again, you know, just clutter around facilities. The lower right is obviously a used oil collection tank that's not properly being managed by staff in the marina, right? It's overflowing with oil filters on top. You may or may not be able to see, but that collection bin down below is about half full of oil. It should be always kept dry, and that should get pumped out. You know, lower left is a do-it-yourself boat yard, and that person's not meeting the rules for the boat yard to keep their site clean while they're doing work. And when you see a 55-gallon drum, when you're walking around, you're kind of like, well, what's in that? And should be labeled, should have spill containment. If it's empty, then, you know, put it over in the corner, and anything that has something in it should be labeled with what it is and have containment for spills. The guidebook, back in 2001, I think there on the left, DEQ came up with BMPs for Oregon marinas. This was before Clean Marina, because Clean Marina started in 2005. But that BMPs for Oregon Marinas was a great starting point for the state. That DEQ created with partners. And so that was kind of folded into the Clean Marina Guidebook and added to it. And we've done updates over the years. So that original one in 2005 had an update in 2010, 12, and 17. Yeah, we have 12 sections and 10 appendices that outline more detailed information on these sections here. So all these sections in the guidebook correlate to a section on the checklist. And so again, there's those rules and educating boaters on protecting water quality, ADV prevention. Now is a new one, solid waste, stormwater management, sewage. We got a couple boatyard only items where we're talking hazardous waste, painting and fiberglass repair, cleaning and hauling, pressure washing down boats. That pressure wash water needs to be contained, not released back, get treatment, fueling practices, and so on. The checklist has 3 different categories in it. Items that are required by law, right? You have to have a plan on file. You store a certain amount of gasoline on site, and you better have the correct signage at the fuel station. Those are laws. Program requirements, start a recycling program. That's a program requirement. Have the AIS sign. That's a program requirement. Optional items would be having a dog waste bag dispenser on site. That's an optional item to put that out. I've seen more and more marinas put those doggy bags out because unfortunately some dog owners aren't responsible. And so the checklist has 57 questions. Obviously if a question doesn't apply to a facility, we don't rank them on that. But you can see there's, approximately 17 laws, 24 program requirements, and 16 optional items in there. As I mentioned, 2021 was that year where I updated to the ADV standard. And so facilities are asked to meet a minimum of 85% of the checklist items. They have to meet all of the laws and the program requirements, and then they have those optional items, whether they implement them or not. I do have multiple facilities that score 100% on their checklist items. I'd say the majority, good 80 to 90% of my facilities score a 90% or better. And then there's just a couple that are in the upper 80 percentile categories. Just like that quick snapshot of moorage rules. That's my template on the right. Might not be the best quality there to read it, but again, it's just breaking down into categories where these best management practices are establishing rules on boaters at the moorage. Some facilities will just take my template, put their name on the top, and just make it part of the moorage contract. Others on the left will take it and incorporate it into their own book. The yacht clubs really like doing that. They produce annual books at yacht clubs, and they put a whole section in for clean marina rules. Just some signage, right? Some of the rules, having the pet bags, having fish cleaning stations with the rules posted, having those education elements, the signage. Josh and I just updated the Stop Oregon Invaders sign you can see here on the right. We've now incorporated paddlecraft on that sign. A lot of criticism in the past was, well, you don't have a motorboat. That's true. So we decided that we need to have paddlecraft as an image on that sign because all boaters play a part in clean, drain, dry their boats to prevent the spread of invasives. The sign was made a little smaller. It started out as a 2-foot by 3-foot sign. Now we're down to an 18-inch by 24-inch sign. Marinas were like, that's kind of big for our bulletin board and this and that. So we've shrunk it down a little bit more, and they've appreciated that. The boater spill kit's up there in the upper right. And then just an example of another facility, it's at Promontory Marina, Upper Clackamas, and a bulletin board that they built. Managing solid waste. Salmon Harbor Marina gets the gold star for the state. When I first worked with them back in probably 2007 or 8, they were like, oh yeah, we'll start a recycling program. Sure. I come back to do the certification and they built this whole wooden structure you see there up on the upper right with all the different categories for all the different recyclables. And I was just blown away. I was like, wow, you guys went above and beyond on that. It's amazing. Where most folks are just getting the blue garbage bins from the local garbage company and having those out. ODFW has a program that some marinas are partnering in to collect used fishing line into those tubes that gets collected and then recycled. Others will just have their own trash cans out with signage on them indicating different recyclables. Stormwater management's another one. I'm looking at storm drains to make sure they at least get cleaned out once a year. They shouldn't be overflowing with sediment and have weeds growing out of them. That's not stormwater management. Some facilities have bioswales there on the lower right where stormwater goes in and infiltrates and plants are grown. Sewage management, we saw this yesterday when we took a little look-see at the pump out and dump station. Used oil management fits in that universal waste category, and we saw yesterday some of that as well being implemented very well. Fueling, as I mentioned, there's plans on how to prevent spills and how to respond to spills. There's safety, turn off your engine, shut all electricity off, vent your lower decks, lower engine compartments before starting. Having the no spill jug on the middle right there, you'll see that jug that suction cups over the airflow vent that captures a spill if you overfill the tank. Encapsulating foam, so you can see lower right, the most common way to encapsulate foam is with thick shrink wrapped plastic. And I'm looking to make sure that docks don't have missing planks and there's not tripping hazards. And I realize that's not environmental, but maintaining good docks is part of the program as well. And as I mentioned, these are pictures from a couple coastal marinas in the last couple of years. These are problem boats. These are very concerning to me that these could sink and end up being bad news for everybody, including the water. So now I'm making sure that boats are currently registered. Some marinas have a difficulty maintaining more than a 60% compliance on registration on the docks. Before I came in and started really encouraging more cooperation between management and law enforcement to hold boaters accountable at the moorage, because even though a boat doesn't move from the dock for 10 years, doesn't mean it's exempt from requirements to be registered, right? It's in the water, it's in use. And these boat owners should be held accountable for that. They should be kept seaworthy. That's the other standard for clean marina. None of these boats are seaworthy, in my opinion. The boater owner needs to be held accountable, and an insurance policy. Needs to be insurance policy for moored boats to help pay for if a boat sinks and pollutes the environment. Who's going to raise that boat and pay $5,000 to get it out of the water or more? The marina doesn't want to, the Marine Board's not going to, so there should be an insurance policy to cover that. Emergency planning, the upper right, that's my template book. It's the panic preventer file. Don't panic, go to the file, open it up, read through your emergency, and then respond. The spill kit, that SPCC template here on the right, all my absorbents. You can see a Clean Marina sent me that picture. Like we had a sink, we had a spill, here's what we did, and we need our supplies restocked. And I said, perfect, good job. It's going to happen. It's just a reality. It happens. Not all the time. It's not all that frequent, but it does. In 21, I decided we should really be rewarding the marinas that I see every summer that are going above and beyond just implementing the program. And so I created the Golden Anchor Award, just as a kind of an additional appreciation for really continuing on with the program and really just doing things that may not just be on the checklist, but really showing, stewardship. So we have a new certificate on a plaque that Director Warren signs for them. This the category of folks that I pick are from my summer site visits. So I'm out in the field from May until September or October, visiting about 20 to 23 marinas each summer on that 3-year recertification cycle. So in 21, we had Port of Columbia County and the Port of Garibaldi with the marina inside of it received those awards. In 22, City of Depot Bay, and then this year, the Schooner Creek Boat Works Boat Yard up in Portland received that as well. And even got to meet the mayor of Depot Bay there in 22 on the left. That was kind of cool. She came out and was really excited. We did a social media post on all that. So just getting in the last 5 minutes here, and then I got to hit the road as well. NOAA has a marine debris action plan that they created in 17, I'm sorry, was the original plan. And then they did updates in 19 and 21. And so the Marine Board is involved in that original 2017 compilation of how shall marine debris be managed on the coast of Oregon, who's involved and what is being done. It needed to be captured and try and show progress moving forward in the future. So within there's a prevention goal. And then within that, there's a strategy that says educate and engage with mariners from commercial fishing boats, recreational boats, and shipping vessels on marine debris best practices. So that's where the Marine Board has our Clean Marina program being implemented and our Clean Boater outreach stuff that's going on at the Clean Marinas identified to help prevent marine debris getting into the coastal environment. Lastly here, just wanted to kind of recap that NOAA grant that we received and worked specifically with Clean Marinas. We had 200,000, half from state, half from the feds. We paid for 100% the cost to get rid of ADVs from certified Clean Marinas. They had to be still floating. And we asked them to increase their best management practice implementation as a result of this. And this is what also spearheaded that new standard that I talked about, preventing ADVs, ramping up their oversight on moored customers. And in the coastal zone, we had 2 removed from Brookings, 6 removed from Coos Bay, 4 from Salmon Harbor, and yes, a whopping 12 from Port of Newport. And unfortunately, we didn't have time yesterday, but the Port of Newport has already pulled out an additional 6 boats, and they have them sitting off to the, what would that be, the west or east of the big parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
So Port of Newport really has stepped up their cooperation and coordination with the county sheriff deputies. Deputy Dion Blake has done an amazing job to work with that port and really hold boaters accountable out on the docks. So with that, any questions? Appreciate having the opportunity to come and talk today.
Thank you, Glenn. It was really fascinating. See member with you has his hand up.
No, first of all, thanks for your passion, man. So I really appreciate it. It's hard to find people that have the passion that you do for this type of thing. So it's really great to see. You serve as a liaison with the DEQ. I know you don't wear the DEQ logo, but do you serve as a liaison between the marina and DEQ?
I do on occasion, yes. I at one point for a couple of years, I had a running monthly conference call with the DEQ staff person, and then also the Marine Board's contractor with Oregon State University who does the sewage pump out station test for us, Jenny East, the prior one to current Connie. And we would talk monthly about, is there any concerns out there? Does DEQ's heard about, or the Marine Board's worried, or has OSU seen any concerns with sewage? And we would just talk about a few issues of were there any complaints coming in the state with regards to marinas. There's really not a lot of complaints that DEQ receives from marina operations. And so I think it's a result of the Clean Marina program, personally.
No.
And so I am a contact person at the agency, and I know some DEQ staff, and we have coordinated and talked about issues. Yes.
What is your role when there's an actual spill?
I'm sorry, my role in an actual spill, I don't have one. So my role is just providing the facilities, the supplies to use and giving them the guidance on who to
So
contact
they would
and
be
how.
working directly with DEQ and EPA.
That's right, or the Coast Guard. They would directly be working with those response agencies. So we're not a response agency, the DEQ and the Coast Guard.
Oil response plants normally have a requirement that they be tested several times a year. Do you participate in those tests?
I do not, no. That would be port staff doing their facility trainings.
Is
So
that
I just have this as a part-time thing that I do. If the Clean Marina program was a full-time coordinator again, and when I was doing it full-time, I was doing more of what you're asking about. I was going on site. I even coordinated a demonstration once on how to deploy booms around the boat, coordinating with local spill response company. But currently, I just have a limited amount of time to spend in the program, being that it's just 50% of my activity.
Is there any tribal marinas?
No, I'm not aware of any tribal owned marinas. No. And any day use like park that has some moorage slips for overnight is not technically one that I'm going to work with. I'm working with more long-term moorage facilities that have a lot of activity going on.
Well, that's it for me. Thank you for what you do.
Any other questions for Glenn?
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Glenn.
Yeah.
Appreciate the
Have a
time.
safe drive.
I will. Thanks.
Do we want to do one more item and then take? Just kidding, one more item and then take a break.
That's good.
All right, so we're going to move on to item C, the mandatory education rule updates with Josh Mulholland.
Let me get my name tag. Thank you, Chair Jackson, members of the board. Hopefully we can keep this one quick. But before we move on, I want to extend my appreciation to Glenn for what he did yesterday. And also, we knew this Newport meeting was happening, I don't know, 12, 15 months ago. And we immediately identified it as a great opportunity to highlight the Clean Marina program. Mainly because of the good work that the Port of Newport has done and our relationship with them. And anyway, a program like this, a voluntary program, it's often difficult to quantify the success, the benefit of it. I had never heard Glenn say, we haven't had new regulations on marinas in 17 plus years, and we kind of attribute that to the program. That really resonated with me, frankly. It's impressive how a program like that can really have results. So anyway, I'm glad we had the opportunity to do this. So moving on, the next item is another iteration of a rule chapter that staff has reviewed for consistency and continued relevancy. And we've proposed some changes that we wanted to bring to the board. Some brief background on our mandatory education program. 24 years ago, the legislature adopted a bill that required boating safety education for operators of all motorboats over 10 horsepower or over. Some updates to those statutes occurred in 2019, specifically around language about fees and also how certain convictions, those for boating under the influence of intoxicants, were dealt with. But for the most part, that program has remained relatively unchanged for the last quarter century. So this spring, in our ongoing effort to review and update older rules as needed, if you recall the last couple of meetings, we've talked about some boat numbering things and also how our local rules were organized and worded. So we're continuing to do that with other rule chapters. Policy staff and boating safety staff worked through Chapter 18 of our rules and have proposed a suite of changes, although very few of those are substantive in nature, as have been the previous iterations of this. I'll go through the more notable changes in a minute, but first wanted to give you a sense of the timeline that we're kind of looking at. We haven't filed anything yet. Right now, you're just looking at drafted language that we've come up with as staff over the last couple of months. Soon after this meeting, I'd like to file a notice of proposed rules. Then we would solicit public comments through July and August, and then hopefully permanently file rules in September. Prior to doing so, the board would have another opportunity to review those rules, public comments, and provide any kind of changes before we file something permanently. But we would like to do that before the next board meeting, which is almost 4 months from now in October. So that's the kind of the timeline I'm looking at. All the proposed language is in your board books. I'm not going to go through it line by line unless you request me to. I hope that you don't request me to. It's a lot of that strike through, add language that you've seen in other rulemakings. I'd like to highlight some of the more notable things in our view. First is a small but very needed language clarification to a definition, that of direct supervision. So the law stipulates that a minor or someone without a boating safety education card can operate a motorboat so long as another adult was in direct supervision. The proposed language, or the current language, implies that that person must have a boating safety education card, but even that is left a little bit unclear. The proposed new language clarifies that someone in direct supervision must be lawfully able to take control of a vessel if they are supervising a youth, for instance. That means that they must have a boating safety card, and more importantly, not be under the influence of intoxicants. There's been some questions whether someone under the influence can be supervising, someone that doesn't have the proper credentials or is a minor on a boat. So we want to tighten that up to make that abundantly clear that they must be able to legally operate the boat if they need to do so. The next change is a simple one that would allow boaters to procure multiple boating safety education cards if they would like to pay for additionals. Our current rules do not actually allow for this, and therefore boaters with multiple boats that would like to have a safety, their credentials on each boat are unable to do so. We view that as kind of an unneeded restriction, and if that's something someone wants to do, we'd like to allow them the opportunity to do so. Still, they would have to pay for it like they would their initial. We've also suggested some changes to tighten up rules around the watercraft rental safety checklist. So statute allows those operating rental boats to do so without a boating safety education card, as long as they complete a safety checklist that is provided by the Marine Board and administered by the livery. This exemption continues to live in statute. That's not something that we can change through rule. There has been calls to do that. Some of you may be aware of that. But we're proposing rules to strengthen the accountability for both liveries and renters, and to eliminate some other loopholes regarding this checklist to make it clear, hey, someone actually did go through the checklist and that the livery has an account of that. A person on the water on a rental boat demonstrates some credential that they have done this checklist. And we're also clarifying that temporary safety credential, if you want to call it that, is only valid and viable for the extent of that rental trip through the rental agreement. You can't take the checklist from a livery in May and then be operating another personal boat in June under that same credential. So we've suggested language to tighten that up. And then the last of what I would consider a substantive change is the elimination of an exemption where those operating power boats in competitive events or even practicing for competitive events do not need a boating safety education card. This seems very counter to our mission of boating safety. And also, I'm not entirely sure that the statute even allows us to make that kind of exemption for those operating in those specific events. So we're proposing to just eliminate that exemption. A last thing I wanted to mention is that this is not a thing that happens in rule. This is a policy, a procedure type thing. But we're looking to make changes to the actual boating safety education cards and what personal identification that we ask for and then is therefore displayed on those cards. Some of that information we're questioning whether it serves any real purpose or just adds another, whether it's just unneeded. For instance, whether it's helpful to list dynamic characteristics like hair color, for instance, on what is a lifetime credential. Some of these characteristics change over time. An example is people have the option to choose brown, gray, bald, etc. for hair color. Anymore, I'd probably need to be checking at least 3 of those to adequately, it just doesn't make sense it doesn't serve a purpose for law enforcement. It's just adding an unneeded complication. So we're looking to change that on our cards. Again, that's not a rule thing that we're looking at today, but I just want the board to be aware that the cards may have a little bit of a different appearance as we work through that. So that's it for the proposed changes. At this point, what I'm looking for is the board endorsement of the proposal as currently proposed with whatever changes you'd like to discuss now. And then allow us staff to go file those, to solicit public comments on them, and then bring those comments back to your review and ideally file something towards the end of the summer.
Go ahead.
So on the multiple copies of the cards, can we offer an option of having a digital card?
Remember earlier, I believe that there's nothing prohibiting, don't quote me on this without letting me look at some statutes first, but I don't believe that there is anything. Brian's face says maybe
I
different.
think might be a statutory problem with that.
That's what I was wondering about.
That would happen. I think it's one of those where unfortunately when the statute was written, that wasn't contemplated and it might have expressed it in a way that makes it feel like it's paper. That's what's coming to my mind. I think that's what it looked like it was coming.
I didn't see it when I looked at the statute, you know, initially, but probably in real close reading on some of the other stuff, it might appear.
Remember early, if I can, because, you know, many other credentials statewide, certainly things from Fish and Wildlife, certainly things from us, like things we've talked about yesterday, are going digital. And at least having that option seems, you know, in 2023, that's a reasonable expectation. Let us go through, trying to quickly find the statute that I'm.
Somewhere.
Well, and so I would just like to see that added in there, if that is an option, to be able to put it into the changes in the in the rules.
I think that's a really great idea. Because again, carrying around multiple copies or something.
Yeah.
Just makes it easier to have one.
And I understand the need for, you know, you own multiple boats, you don't want to have to carry the card into every boat. If you just have it in the boat with the boat registration, then you've always got your card there. I understand that. But if you had a digital copy of it, then it wouldn't be necessary either. So anyway, that's my only suggestion.
So that's a good suggestion. And what was that?
094. It's, yeah.
It's, so I think the challenge is it keeps talking about card, and I'd want to get some more advice on whether card can also be digital. I think there's probably a way.
Well, I just know with our guide cards are now available digitally. And so when you get your documentation, you can carry it digitally. And the same with your insurance card.
Sure. In my very cursory reading in the last 30 seconds, I think that we probably could allow for that option. And what a lot of people do already is just keep your card in your wallet as opposed on a boat, and then it goes with you from watercraft to watercraft.
Right.
It's just, we get those requests every year of saying, just, can I have another one for convenience? I'm happy to pay $20. And I cite these rules that say, technically you can't have that, but I don't have a good reason for those. Let me get back to the board. So because we are so late in the month of June, we have to file things with Secretary of State for notice by the 1st of every month. Trying to get these in for the July timelines, probably unreasonable as of today anyway, because the Secretary of State takes a couple of days to review. So sometime by mid-July, let Brian, myself, and our staff go through and see if we can come up with a proposal and send it all to the board that maybe we can get some more input on. Because whether we file rules tomorrow or July 20th, it makes no difference on timelines.
Okay.
So let me see if I can make that happen.
Thank you. Member Wicker?
Yeah, I'm full support of what you're trying to do here. But a couple meetings ago, we talked about eliminating all the duplication in the rules and essentially coming out with a new book. So we're making so many changes. I'm just curious how we're going to do this so that we have a book that's current with everything that we're doing, and boat user understands what the current rules are.
With the, that's a great point. It's actually part of my urgency. I'd like to get all this done prior to the next board meeting. So that beginning in 2023, a lot of these changes can be made so that we can, and we're looking at trying to turn our book into a more condensed, user-friendly, also readily available online PDF. I mean, this, right now, if someone asks, what are the boating regulations in Oregon? I'd probably give them this and say, have fun figuring out what this actually tells you. So I'd like to make all these changes so that we can then have a more recent version of all our rules. And then we've committed, this actually came up at a meeting this previous week, to putting this into a user-friendly form. And then
So the intent would be to issue all these changes at the same time.
yes, that's why. So as we've done some in early spring, and then we keep going on them, we're looking around like, hey, what else? And actually in the October meeting, you're going to hear about some other things that Brian and I have talked about updating these regulations to account for changes in electric boat technology and carriage requirements for something like a non-traditional motorized craft, the electric hydrofoils, for instance. So you'll be seeing some proposals for that soon. I'd like to get all those in place. So starting in 2023, when someone asks, what are the boating regulations in Oregon, we have a clean, updated package of those.
2024.
2024. Today, this is 2023. Thank you. Thank you.
I did notice you glanced at me when you talked about hair color.
I did not. That was a personal introspection. I promise you. No, I hadn't. It was funny when we were talking about that as staff. I was like, I got my Oregon boating safety education card about 5 years ago. I had one from a previous state before. We talked about what was on there, and it occurred to me. I was like, what did I say my hair color was? So I have told our boating safety staff that maybe I want an updated card with some updated characteristics. But no, that was not a reference to you, I promise.
Well, cleaning up all of our rules has really been quite an effort, and I appreciate that. So just make it simpler for the boaters is nice.
Agreed. Any other questions for Josh?
No questions.
I'll
So,
make a motion that the board approves the proposed boating safety card revisions as provided by staff.
I'd second that.
I would like to make sure that we add in the digital copy if available. So
Remember earlier, I will commit in the next couple of weeks to send either a clarification why we cannot,
Okay.
or more likely some language that would more clearly allow for that before we file anything. I'm not going to write it sitting here.
So, no, but will that motion cover that, or do we need to add that in there?
I think that's well heard by both the director
Okay.
and staff, so I think that we understand that's part of it.
another kind of point of order question. Do we need to have the phrase open rulemaking in the motion?
This kind of ongoing review of these rules, I think that we've opened up that rulemaking past
we did.
summer, and we're just going to continue that till we feel that everything has been reviewed for 2023 relevancy. Because again, a lot of this was written before any of us
Before you were born?
I wasn't going to say that. I know that is the case in some
Yes.
instances.
So we have a motion and second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
Thank you.
That was unanimous. Thank you, Josh. Do we want to take a 15-minute break? And then go forward with the grant stuff?
Yeah. Well, sorry for the people sitting
All
on
right, so we'll see everybody back here at what would be 10:28 on the screen clock.
should be good. Oh, she's going over here. Okay, I was gonna say.
All good.
All right, so we are back at the Marine Board quarterly meeting on June 28th. We're picking up with item D, the facility grants with Janine Black.
Thank you, Chair Jackson, members of the board. For the record, this is Janine Balek, Voting Facilities Program Manager and Tribal Liaison. I had emailed the grant funding consideration out to the board. I do want to acknowledge that the board had to read nearly 1,100 pages between the applications, the clarifications, public comments, and staff recommendations. For 10 applications, that's about a little over an average of 100 pages per application. So I really appreciate your time and energy spent on that. I know the applicants do as well. We are recommending funding, and I'm going to go ahead, unless anybody has a question on the grant consideration, I'm going to jump right into the first application. We are going to take them in ranking order. And so any questions before we start with grant 1728, Adventures Without Limits?
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Jennifer, you on there? Go ahead and unmute.
Yes, I'm
All right.
here.
So Adventures Without Limits, this is their second application. They are expanding not only the water bodies that they are going to go to, but they're also expanding outreach with communities with deaf and hard of hearing and extending the geographical outreach as well. They are requesting a total of $95,000 of waterway access, and they are proposing to match it with $230,080 of applicant match. Jennifer, you want to add anything about your application?
Yeah, I'd like to start by just saying thank you to everyone here for your time and consideration of our grant. As Janine mentioned, Adventures Without Limits was a past grant recipient, and just the impact of that funding on our program and the access that we've been able to facilitate for members of our community has been very substantial. So thank you all for your past and ongoing support of increasing access to non-motorized boating for underrepresented communities. As Janine mentioned, we are an adaptive and inclusive outfitter, so Adventures Without Limits serves folks who face a number of barriers to access in the outdoors, specifically non-motorized boating. And we operate a number of different programs, kayaking, paddleboarding, canoeing, rafting. We love sharing our passion for the outdoors and getting out on water. So happy to answer any questions or elaborate on past work or future vision for these funds.
The members have questions for you?
Yeah, this is, Richard. How do you advertise this program? How do you attract participants? Do you have partnerships with other organizations?
Yeah, I think I heard the question was how do we advertise and reach participants?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's kind of two ways that we host our programs. The most common way is we have a network of probably 36 or more nonprofit and community partners that we will partner with for our community trips. So we might have a partner at Oregon Spinal Cord Injury Connection or Shriners Hospital or the Latino Network, for example, that will bring out a group of their constituents and we'll plan a trip specifically for the needs of that community. So it can be a little more custom and tailored to their needs. Otherwise, we also have community trips, which we advertise most often bi-monthly. We're actually filling up a lot of those trips this summer and are going to be adding more opportunities for folks to get out on the water. Those community trips are a follow-up to those partner trips, a way that someone could come on a trip, and if they wanted to try it again, then they could come on those trips. And also a way for a lot of folks who have potentially aged out of like a school program or an age-based program also have an opportunity to still get outdoors with Adventures Without Limits on those community trips.
Thank you.
It's very similar to a question I have for him. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Hi, Jennifer, this is Jorge. So So there's a similar organization out in Seattle, and I thought it was really interesting that they try to limit their programming to people that have sort of disability or mental disability, just to be able to accommodate more community members from from people that are needing these students. Do you have sort of racial percentage of how many people working on disabilities on disability outreach?
I'm sorry, I was having a really hard time hearing that. Could someone repeat that for me?
Member Guzman was asking if you have a percentage of participants who have some form of mental or physical challenges or disabilities.
Yeah, so we estimate about 42% of folks in our programs have disclosed a disability. We anticipate that there are more people who have chosen not to disclose, but that's the percentage that we have in our programs.
Yeah, just one question. Your instructors or your group leaders, your guides, how are they trained?
Yeah, great question. So we have some external certifications that are required for guides, whether that's depending on the activity and the sport that they're leading, industry standards for first aid, CPR, wilderness first aid, first responder, and swiftwater rescue if they're operating in swiftwater facilities, as well as we have an internal training as well, a few weeks of training for staff to learn additional hard and soft skills for the populations that we work with, as well as how to use the adaptive equipment and facilitate accommodations for various communities. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Sorry. Do you require ACA training certification for your outfitters?
Do we require ACA certifications for our outfitters? Was that the question?
You and kayak, particularly leading instructors in kayak.
We do not require our guides to have ACA instructor certifications necessarily, though a lot of them do.
Okay.
This is Member with you again. How do you measure success of your program?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to measure success. I appreciate this question because I think that's one thing that makes our program really special, is that we're trying to measure success locally. And what that means is that success is dependent on the individual goal for the day. For some people, we have folks who have experienced trauma around water, so just being on water, near water, close to water again is a goal for the day, and it's not necessarily something where how far we go or the mileage or something like that is necessarily the goal. It's really kind of healing that trauma. And so that's one example, is just kind of learning what the individual goals are. For us, we like to learn about first-time paddlers, as well as folks who maybe feel more comfortable on the water or feel a deeper connection to the outdoors. A lot of these things are hard to measure when we're talking about the volume of participants we serve, as well as the amount of time that we have with them. I know there was questions earlier about the longevity of this and kind of measuring like, well, who's buying a boat? And that's not necessarily data that's easy to collect when you are working with one, children, and two, people that you maybe see for just a day, as knowing what they're doing and what their behaviors are years from now. What I can say is that due to the long-term nature of our partners, that we do get to see a lot of the same folks year to year and get to see them progress through programs. So retention is one way that we also measure success when we're able to gather that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I appreciate that you have that you have only asked for 30% funding from the Oregon State Marine Board from the Waterway Access. I think that really shows how successful your program is in finding other funds to help achieve your goals. So I would make a motion to approve the facility grant 1728 in the amount of $95,000 from the Waterway Access Grant funds to match $230,080 in applicant match as identified in the budget. The total project cost is $325,080.
I second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All right, we have everybody voted in favor, so the motion passes. Thank you, Jennifer. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the next item.
All right, so grant 1719 is with the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership, and Valerie is on. This would be their third grant from us. This one will be doing some updating to some orientation videos for paddling, providing information and safety considerations, talking about gear, as well as some specific information about the areas where their program takes place. And a lot of the purpose of the videos is really to decrease some anxiety about engaging in some new experiences. It's to help inform. They also are expanding the amount of trips and activities that they're doing. Staff is recommending that this is funded in the amount of $39,632.80 of waterway access funds to match $23,033.20 of applicant match. Valerie, do you want to add anything?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I think I would just add, thank you so much for the consideration. I think the video portion is a newer portion for us to consider. We have really looked at in talking with our partner organizations that we work with to provide programs. What are the needs and what are some of the barriers that exist for folks who might be more hesitant to come out? And so looking at how do we create more access to information that provides a little bit more of an inclusive experience for folks. So that is one of the ways that we have identified about how to do that. We've also put some of those funds in other grant proposals that we have funded. So that's part of where that match comes from, is kind of across the multiple grants that we have for different locations. The other thing I would just add is that we did apply so that it would be programs for this summer of 2023 and next summer of 2024. And something that we do a lot of is how do we secure certain funding that we can then leverage in the future. So the bulk of this funding would be to be able to be leveraged to provide additional programs for next summer that are not yet secured funding. So that's also one of the strategies in our timeline about how to be able to create more opportunities for more people over this summer and next summer.
Thank you. Any comments or questions for Valerie? Member Withy?
So this is Member Withy. One of the comments in the write-up here is more than 86% felt more confident about going voting in the future because of experience. How did you determine if they were more confident?
It's we put together a survey that we have participants fill out at the end of their program. It's a very simple, few question survey, and that's one of the questions. So that's pretty directly from participant responses.
Okay. And you're utilizing large canoes. So this is a group effort. How do you think the students would pursue independently going out on canoes or other boating craft beyond what you're doing?
Yeah, I think our canoes are unique in the way that it's a really beginner-friendly experience. So folks that might never step into a personal watercraft get to have this opportunity of being out on the water with a group of people, learning a little bit about paddling, learning how the water works, learning how to the things that they need to be able to provide safety and comfort for themselves. the things they need to pay attention to. So I think we don't have direct data about how it translates, but I think that the confidence increase that we see from people, especially who are first-time boaters, has sparked an interest in a lot of people to be able to try something that might be more either a tandem canoe or a personal watercraft.
The comments received on the proposal was regarding corporate sponsorship. Have you sought some corporate sponsorship?
We don't have a lot of corporate sponsorship for our programs. Almost 100% of our education and community programs are grant funded through many different foundations, state funding of many different types, federal funding. So, you know, almost 80% of my time is spent writing and managing grants to support our year-long education program, as well as our big canoe program. So we don't spend a lot of time looking for corporate sponsorships unless there are corporate grant programs.
Thanks, and thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
So building on Member Withy's question, I've seen the big canoes out, they're great. Everybody always looks like they're having so much fun. And transitioning that to a one or two or, you know, smaller boat. Do you also partner with some of the other organizations in our community that provide similar activities in smaller boats? Either partner with them or say like, hey, if you had a great time today, you might want to check out Tuolumne Riverkeeper or this organization or this organization or that organization to try it again in a slightly different geographic location or different craft.
Yeah, it's a great question. We don't necessarily do that. I think there's no reason not to do that. So there's certainly openness to do that, especially because, you know, just hearing from, I know that a lot of the other programs have a similar model where we're partnering with specific community organizations. So sometimes those community organizations might partner with several of these programs to where they could have different types of opportunities. I think we could certainly do more in our partnerships to share about those other opportunities as like next steps once they've had an experience with us. So that's absolutely something that we can do, even though it's not something that we currently do very directly.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I don't have any. Member with you asked my question.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I got an answer.
All right. So hearing no further questions, do I hear a motion?
Sure.
I make a motion that the board authorize facility grant 1719 in the amount of $39,632.80 waterway access grant funds to match $23,033.20 of applicant match as identified in the budget. The total project cost is $62,666.
I'll second. Since we have a motion and a second, any further discussion?
I just want to make sure that the interim progress report is going to be part of the grant conditions.
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Early.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Valerie.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on. The next application is grant number 1720 with the city of Umatilla. David and Melissa, are you on? I see David.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, wonderful. So this is for improvements to the Umatilla Marina. We've had some discussions with the city, trying to identify proration for the different programs we have and eligible components within this very large project. And the city has modified the budget as reflected in the staff report. And a big part of this one, normally you do not put a boat ramp on an internal cart at the boat basin. So to protect investments and to help inform the city and us, we want to see the hydraulic and sediment flow done quickly. That should be the first priority. That will inform whether or not it can or whether or not the city would be required to take over the maintenance dredging that they currently do not have to do for the existing boat ramp. The relocation of the boat ramp makes a lot of sense from a use. Right now, everything is kind of merged into a very tight bottleneck. So you have boaters circling around, waiting to either launch, retrieve. You have people coming in and out of the marina, and you have paddle craft all shoved into a very tight area. So trying to relocate and relay out the marina makes a lot of sense. We just want to make sure that it isn't going to create a very costly, very permit intensive requirement to do maintenance dredging to keep it functional, as well as this application will fund additional items such as geotechnical. It's going to fund writing the biological assessment and some additional cultural, archaeological resources. David, Melissa, you want to add some things?
Sure. So first, thanks very much for having us here today. We're very excited to share this grant with you. And yeah, Janine's summary is spot on. Just a tiny bit more recent history. You know, in 2021, we applied for funds here just for a new restroom, and this committee said we'd love to fund that, but we think that there's so much more potential at this park. We'd really like you to explore what that would look like. And we heard that message loud and clear. And so as you can see in our application, we've done a lot of work updating our parks master plan and then doing all this work on this conceptual design plan and then and communicated and coordinated with your staff all throughout that process. Kind of the result of that came with the concept that you have here, the relocation of the boat launch. And yeah, we just don't know if there's going to be that dredging requirement there with the relocation of that ramp. We don't think there will be, but we just don't know until we do the work. But these are these initial and quite very important first steps on launching what's going to become an unbelievably new type of use of the park here here in Umatilla. This park, as you can see, is huge. It's probably one of the most used parks here on the eastern part of the state, if not the number one in eastern Oregon, located in the Umatilla Lake Umatilla in the John Day Pool, and we host, obviously lots of walleye fishing, lots of boating, general recreation, and so on. But the other thing that comes with it, which is why you're looking at this so much, is those dams were constructed, both John Day and McNary, as a result of the 1948 floods and flood control. And at those times, cultural resource studies and so on were not a big part of what was considered as part of the design. And so we just don't know what we don't know. And so by taking a look at doing the geotech work, doing the cultural resource work, we'll be able to work with our partners with the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation and through SHPO and be good stewards of this public resource and do that cultural resource work both at the waterline and upland on the shore, and be able to look at not only ongoing maintenance but also be stewards of those important resources. And so that's really the nuts and bolts of this project, is to make sure that we're doing it all right before we launch into a full implementation of what's going to be a terrific redesign and construction of this great park.
Yeah,
thank you. Any questions for Dave or Melissa?
Well, I know this is for the permitting assistance. Do you have any estimates on what the total cost is for what you're proposing?
Melissa, you got all? I think we have most of that's in our grant application there. I don't have that exact number right in front of me.
Okay. I did. I looked at that. I just wondered if there was additional costs that because this one is kind of focused on the permitting assistance.
We haven't scoped the full design cost yet, because that'll really be dictated on whether we're able to relocate the ramp or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would, on a high level, I would say the level of improvements will be somewhere And this will be really round, but I think we're probably going to be somewhere in the $6 to $8 million when you look at all of the in-water and all of the upland work as part of this. It's a really extensive project.
I was looking at it compared to like Rainbow, you know, so was thinking that it might be similar costs.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it'll be very similar to what the Port Abandon's large project was
Okay.
that the board approved in January.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
We have two projects we're considering for Umpqua. I'm just wondering if there's any cost advantage to combining the procurement of those two projects.
I would say that's kind of up to the city. I
a
think they
question for
have,
Janine or for us?
I think, David, that's more of your internal procurement process and whether or not it makes sense to try to combine a construction project with a permitting project.
For us, I don't think there's too much there. They're even though they're in the same city, they're even on two different rivers. Even though the Nugent Park project is nearby on the Umatilla River at the confluence of the Umatilla and Columbia, but they are at this point they're pretty significant differences in scope. They'd be different contractors. There's not a whole lot of economy of scale or sort of cover crossover. Other than we might have the same contractor if they're coming from outside the area that's doing some of like the cultural resource work, for example. There might be some economy of scale savings there to have them come and do both at the same time. But overall, there's not a whole lot of crossover between the two, even though they are relatively similar projects.
So you will consider it if it's possible. When you get to construction of the facilities, you might consider it if you're having both projects occurring at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk on the Nugent Park application a little later, you'll see that's precisely what we're trying to do with that project. So we're looking at this opportunity of leveraging funds that we're receiving from FEMA and from other source partners there, where there are some of those economy of scale savings. And so, yeah, that's definitely something that's what we do with each of these projects. And if there's an opportunity to do that, we will definitely take full advantage of that.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions?
No, I would make did you have? Oh, I was just going to make a motion to authorize facility grant 1720 in the amount of $97,764 in boating facility funds, $20,000 in waterway access grant funds, $6,000 in federal Clean Vessel Act funds, $6,000 in federal boating infrastructure funds to match $448,507 of applicant match as identified in the budget. The total project cost is $578,271.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
We'll move on to grant 1723 with the Port of Columbia County. Miriam and Jessica, are you both on?
I'm Miriam with the Port of Columbia County Operations Manager. Jessica's with KPFF, our consultants, and she's had to move on to another appointment today. So she was on earlier, but she's had to jump off the line.
All right. So previously the board funded the design, engineering, and permitting components for not just an upland, but also an in-water development at Scappoose Bay. This is an application to complete the upland construction. They're going to be removing a lot of barriers, improving ADA accessibility, create staging areas, widen sidewalks. All of this will connect nicely when the permits are received for the in-water portion. Because of limitations of funding, it was decided that this was a better project to phase and start taking some smaller bites out of it. Staff is recommending funding in the amount of $107,912 of boating facility grant funds and $300,000 of waterway access grant funds to match $407,912 of applicant match. Miriam, do you want to add anything?
Sure. Thank you, Janine. Thank you, board members, for considering this application. This project is very important to us as it involves a large community that draws from not only Columbia County, but outside into the Portland area. Our marina has been experiencing popularity growth and over the last several years, and we did put out a public survey before starting this, which had a huge response to the survey in favor of this project, which will address inadequacies and safety concerns for the users of both groups, motorized and non-motorized. And as Janine said, this project has both upland and in-water work so that we can address the concerns and safety for the larger number of paddle sport users that are coming out to the marina. We have over 2,000 visitors a weekend and over 38,000 boaters during the year. So this is a big community project, and we're very happy that we've been selected for this consideration. I'm happy to answer any particular questions.
Thank you, Miriam. Any questions from the board? Member Withy?
We've already spent, I believe, what, 150,000 on this project?
175.
175,000. So here's another stage of the project.
Yes.
So we've already spent 175,000. How much more are we going to spend in the future stages?
So the port has also applied for another grant that the board will consider to do some dredging. And then there'll be the construction phase. The estimate on the in-water, Miriam, are we around, not counting the dredging and what you've applied for, or is it around 4 million? 3.5?
It's a little bit more than that. We're looking at probably 5.2.
From the Marine Board, or is that?
That's just the value.
That's correct. It's just the value.
I just think when we need to consider these, we need to consider the investment we've already made and the investments required in the future. I fully support the project.
Having been a user out there and seeing the mayhem in the upland parking with the different types of boats and people not necessarily understanding the needs of the others, I think getting that going sooner rather than later. Any other questions or comments from the board? So I'd like to make a motion that we authorize facility grant 1723 in the amount of $107,912 of boating facility grant funds and $300,000 in waterway access grant funds to match $407,912 of applicant match as identified. The total project cost being $815,825.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Right, unanimous vote. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you all. Appreciate it so much.
All right, thank you.
Jennifer, wait, do you want me to admit that person?
All right, the next application is grant number 1726 with Tualatin River Keepers. Hello, Glenn. This is a continuation and an expansion of the project Tualatin River Keepers has been working on. They're expanding opportunities, they're furthering their equitable access, which I had the opportunity to kind of witness some of that equitable this last Saturday at the River Discovery Day. There was age range from infant to people in their 80s. There were family units, there were individuals. I had great opportunity to speak with a couple families who were from India who were so excited. They had already bought life jackets and paddlecraft, but had never been in the boats. So they were using this as an opportunity to reassure things. So it was a great opportunity for me to talk to them about whistles and safety and give them our website. And they were really excited. I spoke to many different people from a variety of different ethnic backgrounds. It was nice to see that all coming together out there on the Tualatin. It's a great entry-level water body, and that really is playing into the work that they're doing in those communities to try to stimulate that discussion, not only from the diversity aspect, but also in stimulating the discussions on the need for all of the infrastructure support. Glenn, do you want to add some things?
Yeah, thank you, first of all, to the board for the opportunity. I know you read a few novels worth of proposals, and we really appreciate your consideration. The one thing I'll add is the equitable access funding that we received from the Marine Board previously directly led to some of what Janine described from this weekend. We were really able to use that to engage a number of different groups, whether it is culturally specific groups, for example, the Latinx population in the upper watershed. And we saw a number of families come out this past weekend as a result of a relationship with Adelante Mujeres. And so they were on site on Saturday, and that wouldn't have been possible had we not engaged them during the last part of the process. Janine mentioned that the Tualatin is really a good entry-level river, and so I think that gets back to the comment that one of you made to the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership. It makes a lot of great sense for people to get a river experience either with them and then move to the Tualatin on their own watercraft. I think there's a lot of work that we can do around that. We were able to meet partners like Adventures Without Limits as part of the equitable access project that we did previously, and so this now is a next step for us. We want to sustain some of the user interest in some of the underserved communities, work with a lot of the entities along the river to really develop plans to engage these communities in really meaningful ways. And so this is a continuation, but it's one that we feel is ripe for opportunity right now. We're excited by other people's engagement and excitement about this work along the Tualatin, and look forward to moving forward with this over the next couple of years.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Glenn?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
So I just was wondering, in all of your programs, how do you highlight the waterway access grant program to your beneficiaries, I guess, people who are participating?
Yeah, we highlighted in, for example, having the Oregon State Marine Board out to events that we have. A big piece of our last grant was a series of videos that highlighted each of the launches. And so at the conclusion of the videos, we'd thank the Marine Board and the access grants for their support. We have it on our website in our annual report. So any material that mentions our equitable access work, we do reference this. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Well, yes and no. I think one of the things that we're having difficulty with is people that are new to getting into paddlecraft or to non-motorized is understanding where those funds come from. So that's what I was kind of getting at is how do they become aware of what your funds do, where these funds come from?
I see. In all of, and again, I hope I answered this correctly. In all of our written materials, we do reference that. I think the other way that's really important for us is with some of the entities, the cities in Washington County, for example, that we meet with, we make sure that we can help educate them on these funds. So these funds are potentially available to them. And that's a really big piece for us. We want them to be applying for these funds in the future to really help do projects that come out of this planning. So a lot of it is via conversations that we have with either elected officials or city leaders in some of the areas that we work with as well. Again, I'm sorry if that doesn't, because we see this as isn't we know about this, but we always assume that others don't. And so it's really important for us as advocates for the river and for access that we let other people know about these funds, because the more that we let them know, the more that we improve access along the Tualatin River.
I'm not sure if I'm going to put words in Member Early's mouth, but kind of maybe a different spin on how you're interpreting the question.
Yep.
Is these funds come from permits that non-motorized users buy. Any boat over 10 feet needs to have a permit. So like if I took my personal kayak down the 12, I need to have this. So it's more about promoting with like your city partners at their boat launches, you know, maybe getting them to have a sign that says, do you have your life jacket, whistle, and waterway access? And educating the like park managers and things like that, that, you know, this money doesn't just fall out of the sky, it comes from permits. And how do we make sure that people outside of your Tualatin River Keeper planned events are actually acquiring and operating with those permits?
Got it. Okay. And is that okay? If that's correct, we probably don't do that well enough, to be honest. A lot of our members and our members are pretty avid boaters. They all know this, but I don't know that the general boaters do. And so that is something we can improve upon and to be completely transparent on that. So I apologize for misinterpreting the question, but that is one that we probably should do better on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The other is, you mentioned that you also serve the Latinx population through some partnerships. And I assume they speak Spanish. How many of your coordinators or your leads speak Spanish to be able to communicate with community members who are engaging with your activities?
Yeah, and that's a good question. Whenever we have a large number, whenever we partner with an organization like Adelante, we always hire an interpreter, and we did for this event. We do have a Spanish-speaking staff member, but we can't necessarily rely upon that one staff member to be always present for some of the paddlers that come out. When we do individual paddles, and we do them in partnership, for example, we'll bring groups out from Centro Cultural and Adelante, we do always have an interpreter on there and not necessarily rely upon our staff member. So it's really important for us to have that.
I mean, I think just in my opinion, it would be interesting for the organization, in this case, Tualatin River Keepers, to develop that capacity internally. So you're not always having to rely on partners. That way you can also begin engaging community members from various communities just on your own efforts. And I think that will open up more of the opportunity for you to communicate and also kind of mention where these funds are coming from. At the end of the day, you know, it's important for us for the community members to understand the importance of just following the guidelines and safety guidelines when boating outside. And so I think having the ability to speak the language of the people and the community members that you're connecting with would be important.
Yeah, fully agree. And we recognize there's a big gap there as well of even at launches information in Spanish. And that's one thing that we really are looking forward to working with our partners on as well.
Thank you. Member Whitfield, did you have something?
Yeah, I really appreciate the comprehensive nature of your program. Reading through your report, I can see that you try to integrate what you're doing with the Green Space Master Plan and other community plans. So that broad involvement, I think, is tremendous. In doing that, hopefully you can reach out to those communities and other organizations for funding too, to help augment what we're providing. The education you're providing to the boater relative to the trail and how they take care and protect the waterway is terrific. So I really appreciate your doing that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Glenn? No. I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion for the board to authorize facility grant 1683 or
Yes.
okay.
1726.
No, it's 1683.
1680.
Oh, that's what it says on the
Oh,
staff
we have a typo.
recommendation at the end, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
1726.
1726 in the amount of $41,850 waterway access grant funds to match $38,500 of applicant match as identified in the budget. The total project cost is $80,250.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. I think we lost member Moran, so we only have 4. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you for your support, truly.
Thank you. Mark? So we're going to move on to grant 1727, and with me today, Mark Denning is the Public Works Director with the city. He decided to have a scenic drive and come up and present on behalf of the city. This is a project where the boat ramp is old and there are problems with it. The city has pursued and obtained the permits. That was something they took the initiative on. They are ready to actually now get this construction done. Staff is recommending funding in the amount of $408,600 of boating facility grant funds to match and increase match. The city went and dug deeper to find additional funds of $121,501. Mark, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the board for their consideration of this project. Also want to thank staff. Marine Board staff has been instrumental in getting the project to this point. Janine, Stewart, just to name a couple of them. You guys should be proud of their work. I'm sure you are. Also, like Janine emphasized, the permit, we do have our nationwide permit in hand. So we're ready to go to final design, bid documents, bid this project, and hit the 2024 in-water work period. Also want to emphasize the importance of this ramp to the Coquille River system. Everybody uses it. ODOT to maintain a nearby bridge, ODF&W, Sheriff Department, OSP, local law enforcement, fire department. We got a lot of letters of support from them with our application. Also the recreational use down there, the bass derbies that the Coquille tribe has been leading up to help get rid of invasive species down there. It's kind of the hub for that. And it's also the only ramp close by that can be used year round. And to get to another ramp like this, you have to go really all the way to the mouth of the Coquille. And then just a quick word about the park it's located in. Sturdivant Park is really a signature park for the city. It's 15 acres with about 2,000 feet of riverfront. And that's at a city of a population of only about 4,000. So it's, I guess that's about all I can add at this point. I'd like to thank you again. I'm happy to try and answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mark. Member Withy?
The current status of the ramp is, I read through this, part of it's closed, right? Because of the big hole you have.
Well, it's basically closed below a certain tide, probably below like, 1.5 to 2 feet, up there, which is above ordinary low level.
So otherwise it's operational.
It is, yeah, it's operational for now. It gets worse every year.
So is there any need for emergency repairs waiting for that to be accomplished?
I wouldn't say emergency repair. No, I don't think so. I mean, it limits the times, the tides when it can be used. So it's, an inconvenience really to the recreational users. Sometimes the emergency vehicles, they'll find a way to get in and out of there. Some have bigger equipment. They could get in and out if they need to.
I'm there frequently because I drive Highway 42 south headed in onto the I-5 corridor from Brookings. But it's a beautiful facility. I'm wondering about the impact this year And also see this as an opportunity really to get this work done since there's no salmon season on the Coquille currently. So ODF&W has proposed closing it for salmons this year.
Right, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did next year either.
Yeah,
But are you talking about accelerating the timeline on it?
No, just that it seems like it's, the opportunity to get this done right now before
Right.
that happens, while still addressing the invasive species, is good timing for getting this project done.
Right, and there is a county ramp that's very difficult to maintain across the river. It silts in.
Yeah.
And actually as of right now, we did more digging out on them because we wanted some silt. It's not completely dug out yet, but I have been in contact with the county about them keeping that ramp, especially next summer, making sure that ramp is operational while we do our work.
Is that, where is that one? Is that right across, or is that down?
Pretty much
down
right
the
across and just above the bridge.
road? Okay,
Yeah.
that's the one I thought you were talking about. Yes, I did notice there was quite a bit of sedimentation on one of your ramps as well.
Right.
And so has that been cleared off now?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's clear. It's clear now.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'd just like to say I do appreciate doing a little more exploration and finding some additional money to make the match a little bit bigger. So thank you for doing that. Without any other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd make a motion to authorize the facility grant 1727 in the amount of $408,600 boating facility grant funds to match $121,501 of applicant match as identified in the budget. The total project cost is $530,101.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Just, Mark, are you anticipating having it closed next summer for most of the summer then?
Yeah, we'll see what the contractors say. They're putting precast plank down in there, but they are placing a lot of riprap as well. We'll see how long they take. We'll probably give them in the bid, that whole in-water work period. But yeah, it'll be closed a significant amount of time.
And will that impact the park there much? I mean, I'm imagining the contractor is going to have a significant portion of the park actually for staging equipment.
Yes, and there is an area, if you can see on the aerial, I think in the staff report, there's a significant grassy area over there, as well as a lot of the boat trailer parking, which wouldn't otherwise be used, and camper parking and other park parking. We have much more of that further down the park.
Okay.
So, and we can keep the area up by the restrooms and a lane clear, and they can have their own, almost an acre in there without really impacting anyone else.
Exciting project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the next application is grant number 1724 with the City of Sutherland. Christy, are you online?
Yes, and I have Brian Elliott with me as well.
Thank you so much. So this is an application that unfortunately it just fell far enough down. We had ran out of waterway access funds. The city, I had shared with the board that the city had found some money. They went digging for some money. They found some. I spent a lot of time last night looking at designs, looking at cost estimates, trying to figure out if there was a way to do some phased approaches on this. And I just couldn't come up with a way that made sense. So I was talking to Christy and Brian this morning, and they had a surprise that happened. They received notification that the water body, which used to be considered kind of a recycled water body, had now been determined by EPA and DEQ to be a waters of the U.S. That now requires much more extensive permitting. This is the full-blown permit deal for this little pond now, where before it was just kind of getting a DSL process. So because of that recent news, I would like to make a recommendation that we convert this application to a permit application and award $10,000 of waterway access funds to help get them through that permit process, to be matched by $10,000 of city resources This would get them in a better position. It's most likely going to take the full 18 months to 2 years to get the permits associated with this now. But I think that would be a good step to do. Christy, Brian, do you want to add anything?
I could just add a little bit about the entire project just to bring everybody up to speed on it. So it's basically 3 projects. Project 1 was completed 2018 to 2020. That was the infrastructure for the Forge Pond Community Park. There was 35 paved parking lots with 4 ADA accessible and 0.8 miles of a paved path that is also ADA accessible. That was completed, like I said, in 2020. And then we are currently under construction with Project 2, which is a completion of the 1.7 mile path around Forge Pond. There will be roughly 400 lineal feet in that will be boardwalk. There will be an additional 26,000 square feet for RV bus parking. Including in that is a transient bus stop with a shelter. We reached out to them and included them on this grant. There'll be 4 ADA multi-gender restrooms, 3 pavilions, and then there's going to be an inclusive play equipment. So this grant that we had submitted was basically project 3 of the entire project, which kind of closes this whole deal. What we've seen over since the time of this, the city purchased this property in 2014, primarily for the storage of our Class A recycled water. And as Janine mentioned earlier, that has now been classified as waters of the state. So it's kind of changed a little bit over time. But what we've seen over the years, that the more the development we get there, the more use that continues to increase there. It's a great project. We will see it through. We know this is a little step back, but sometimes you have to do that to move forward. We've spent a lot of time working with wetland consultants. We understand the process. We know how long it takes. So I think this is a win-win for us.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I got a question. So Janine, I'm looking at the map, the water body, and Forge Pond is written on it looks like a lagoon off the road. The whole water body is Forge Pond, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not just that lagoon.
Yeah.
Then you said, we just heard that the US has now designated this as a waterway. Can you explain that a little bit?
So okay,
yeah.
Go ahead, Janine.
No. This is yours, and it is a complex tale, Brian. I will defer to you.
So in 2018, we started the construction of a new wastewater treatment facility, and we were in violation of discharging our recycled water into waters of the state. With that being said, one of our solutions was the Forge Pond, which is a 95-acre pond, and EPA and DEQ at the start of our wastewater facility plan, it wasn't an option until it was identified that there was a permitted outfall that we could use for our NPDES permit. So when that happened, they kind of jumped on board and worked with us through that. But through the process, it was basically changed from recycled water to waters of the state. And it was mainly because of the influence of when they did the study on the surrounding hillsides and everything that affected that, the inflow, and Forge Creek, which is seasonal. But that was changed, which changed our permitting a little bit, but we are meeting all those permits currently. And with that said, we do understand that when you get into these regulatory agencies and wetlands are involved, it takes time to get through them. So
this is recycled water. What are the recreational opportunities on Forge Pond being recycled water?
So it's Class A recycled water. Basically, you could swim in it, but we do not allow it. There's full access. Mainly it's recreational, canoeing. There's a lot of float tubes, drift boats, there's a lot of bass fishing. There's you're only allowed to do 5 miles per hour on the lake or on Ford's Pond, and mainly because of the depth. The majority, probably 75% of the depth is only like 5 feet deep. But along the north shoreline, about 30 yards out, it averages about 17 feet deep. So electric motors are allowed 5 miles per hour, mainly because of the depth. So basically recreation, fishing, no swimming.
Is this the only water body in the area that people can recreate on?
No.
No, there is Cooper Creek, and not exactly sure how many miles. It's on the Cooper Creek Reservoir is on the east side of town, and also Platte Eye Reservoir is on the east side of town.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that this is a great project. My daughter lives in Sutherland, so I've seen it before, and I see it being used more and more. And I was disappointed to see the setback, but like you said, sometimes they come as opportunities. So I'm looking forward to the final phase on this one.
We are too.
Any other questions or comments? So
yeah, I can make a motion if you want. Yeah, I'll make a motion for, are we using the same permit number?
Yes, we will use
Okay.
the same grant number.
So the same grant number, I mean. So I'd make a motion to approve grant number 1724 in the amount of $10,000 as a permit application match to $10,000 provided by the city of Sutherland.
second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Grant number 1721 is with the city of Umatilla. Melissa and Dave are back on. This one is for Nugent Park. It's on the Umatilla River. The site was damaged when the river flooded, and it's been a long process of even getting FEMA to recognize eligibility on this one. The city has been very doggedly pursuing this. We're excited. There's very limited access on the Umatilla, and this provides a different type of recreation. Staff is recommending approval of this for $415,000, $828.20 with two conditions. One is having a fishing dock installed by June 30th of 2025. The reason is their previous fishing dock was damaged and is closed, and putting boarding docks out there will become very attractive, and to protect the docks and to reduce conflict associated with people angling and people trying to boat. We want to see the fishing dock built to align with the same time, and that in the event that permitting approvals are not received by January, we want to be able to roll this back and re-obligate those funds for cycle 2. Dave, Melissa, you want to add anything onto this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Janine. First of all, for your assistance, but with not one, but two pretty complex applications, and also to the board for your consideration. A little background on Nugent Park. The city has spent a lot of time and financial resources on this location in recent years. We have already made improvements to our baseball field, replaced the day use restroom. We are currently working on a project with the Land and Water Conservation Fund to replace the playground and picnic shelter in the location. And as mentioned, we did sustain damage with not one, but 2 floods in back-to-back years that took out our pedestrian bridge, which is currently under construction, and then also the boat ramp and our fishing shack. So we are looking just kind of as big picture location to get all of these facilities back up and going. As Dave mentioned earlier, we definitely saw the potential for some economy of scale savings here when looking at the boat ramp. It didn't make sense to have a shiny new ramp, but still have lackluster staging areas, no lighting, and really not the parking situation that we needed. So that is why we've added these components in. The city does not see any issue with the fishing shack contingency that was placed. I did want to talk just for a quick moment about the permitting. In our application, we had the timeline for January permitting more on the city end. So in looking at the permit requirements on this, there's 5 main permits that we need to submit. The wetland report to DSL is the most time consuming since they have 180 days to review, and the joint permit application cannot be submitted until that is complete. So we definitely do not see any issues with getting everything but the joint permit application back by January, and it will be submitted by January. But there is a potential that we would be looking to get that final permit in hand closer to March rather than January, which still is ahead of our construction award schedule. So we don't see any issue with that tying up our construction timeline, but I did just want to be very transparent that there's a possibility that that joint permit application would be a little later than January.
Okay. In that case, I'd be willing to modify that condition to say that it needs to be received by May 1st. That would still allow us time to reuse those funds if things take longer and be able to get them out the door.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Are you finished? Any other comments?
Appreciate the condition on the boat shack. It gives me some leverage to work with my council that this is a priority, that we need to get this done in order to receive some of these other these grant funds associated with this project. So it actually is very helpful for us as well. So I actually appreciate the condition.
Well, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right. Remember, were you going to say something?
No question. But I'd like to make a motion to for the board to approve. Well, staff is recommending the grant approval to be continued up on the city replacing the finishing dock by June 30th, but that's the date's going to change.
The fishing dock to be completed by the end of our biennium, June 30th of 25.
Okay.
But that they receive the permit approvals by May 1st.
Okay, and that permit approvals are received by January 2024, but that would be the May.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. This timeline allows OSMB to utilize the funds on another project within the biennium. The staff further recommends $450,828 with 20 cents in voting facility grant funds, 50,000 in waterway access grant funds to match 1,307,661 with 60 cents of applicant match as identified in the modified budget.
Second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments?
No.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to grant 1725 with U.S. Forest Service. Matthew, are you on?
I believe so. I'm on the phone.
Okay, wonderful.
Yep.
So this is for Sutton Lake. So a couple years ago, we notified the board that the bottom of the boat ramp had failed and it was closed. We worked with the forest to come up with a short-term solution to get the access back open. This is the only public access to this lake. They have gone through a lengthy process. The permits have been submitted. We're waiting for them to get issued. Because the in-water window is in summer of 24, we have a very limited opportunity to get this successfully completed. Understanding the forest procurement timeline, the fabrication of materials, we had to look at this and be able to come up with a time to say, sorry, we got to cut loss and get this money out the door for something else to happen, because we don't want to have money tied up that can't be successfully implemented. So staff is recommending this grant be funded with the condition that permits are in hand in January. This is a pretty absolute for us because once the permits are issued, we will have to modify some final designs to get it to the forest, to get through the procurement and contracting process, have a contractor order material. So it's tight. This is a really tight time. But like I said, the permits have been in. This should happen, but on the chance they don't, we want to be able to pull this money back. We are recommending $449,496.43 of boating facility grant funds to match $149,832.14 of applicant match. Matt, do you want to add anything?
I just want to say, as everyone has, thank you all for the consideration. And I really appreciate the help that I've been getting too. This has been a really great learning experience for me. And yeah, I have a more like kind of, what would I say? Like kind of more gung-ho hydrologist currently working with us on the permits. And we're able to actually get them under some sort of regional, regional agreement that we have. So it should be a lot easier for us to do this. But it's been a lot better communication between me and the hydrologist. And we're doing a lot better in that. And yeah, we are for sure all on board to get this implemented in that tight time frame. We have everything lined up, and we also have kind of our direction that we need to go definitely written out, and I got folks on board.
Great, thank you. Does anybody on the board have questions for Matthew?
When you say the forest, you're talking about USFS, right?
Correct.
Just trying to figure out what organization or town is called the forest.
Yeah.
More than one Sutton Lake in the state. Took me a while to figure out this is not my Sutton Lake.
No, this is the coastal one.
Coastal one. Any other questions for Matthew? Anybody want to make a motion?
Make a motion that the board approve $449,496.43 in voting facility grant funds to match $149,832.14 of applicant match as identified in the budget. And I don't have the grant application number, but what is it?
1725.
1725.
Second?
I'll make a second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other questions, comments? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Matt. All right, grant number 1722. Miriam, are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm still on the line, and our engineers, Jeff McMullen with Lower Columbia Engineering, is on the line to present.
All right, wonderful. So this is to dredge the basin and dredge in the area for the proposed expansion of the non-motorized access. We really worked hard with the port and with KPFF on an engineering concept for the non-motorized launch. It is quite a feat because our target is to have no more than an 8% slope at any water level. This is a challenging site. So to make the non-motorized stuff function, the port is having to dredge in an area that has never had to be dredged before to get the right depths to meet that for that future in-water construction. A lot of the rest of the dredging area, there is support for the launch ramp, for the fairway, and a lot of the areas of higher deposition are around the boathouses, the floating homes, and the marina slips. So unfortunately, we do not have any available waterway access money. We've got about $166,000, $67,000 remaining for the biennium after the board's actions today for cycle 2. So looking at quantities, looking at the area, staff is recommending $485,000 of boating facility grant funds, and essentially challenging the port to increase their match to cover that additional dredging associated with the non-motorized because of our funding. Miriam, do you or Jeff want to add anything?
Yeah, first of all, we'd like to thank you guys for your consideration for this grant. As Miriam stated earlier, this is a pretty high use launch area in Columbia County, receiving over 38,000 boat ramp users per year, with 45% of that being non-motorized users. So the expansion on the marina itself to have a more inclusive and also more segregated for safety, separating the motorized versus non-motorized users is going to be a huge asset for all the users from the community and outside of our community that come to the area. And yeah, we just thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anybody on the board have questions or comments for either Miriam or Jeff?
Yeah. So I'm not a huge fan of dredging. I think it's putting money into a hole that you have to continue to maintain. So that being said, what is your maintenance plan for this?
So at this time, the primary sediment deposit for this area comes from Scappoose Creek, which leads in from the southern portion of the bay. Unfortunately, there isn't much we can do about that. Maintenance dredging is foreseen into the future to be able to provide this access for all the users.
So we just provided funding in 15-17 biennium for dredging the boat basin. So is that the timeline that you are thinking you're going to have to continue to dredge the basin in order to keep it maintained?
I don't think we need to dredge that often. We hadn't dredged prior to that time for many, many years. And so the 2015-17 dredge project was a big undertaking. I think that our biggest challenge here is the area that was not dredged because of funding that was not available during the 2015-17 dredge, and the area that's never been dredged before, where the non-motorized and paddle sport users will going to be going, that has not been dredged before. After this is done, I don't anticipate having to dredge for, we're thinking every 5 years, but Jeff would maybe be able to comment better on that than me.
Yeah, and I'm sure, throughout monitoring after the dredging takes place, that'll give us a better idea once we have the new footprint of the whole recreational area. Dredging the portion for the non-motorized to the south might actually help as more of a catch for sediment before it gets to the main motorized portion as well. So that might help extend, periods in between dredging.
So do you have a plan for future dredging that for funding for that future dredging?
Yes, we've been looking at other sources. We have a member on staff here that's their priority, is to find other private partnership funding, other applications that we can submit besides our own match to OSMB funding. So it is a constant search. Fortunately, we don't have to dredge as often. We don't anticipate that, but we are trying not to rely on just OSMB for this funding.
Any other questions? Thank you, Miriam and Jeff. I'd like to move that we authorize facility grant 1722 in the amount of $485,000 of boating facility grant funds, and challenge the port to increase the match by $485,000 for a combined match of $1,455,000 as identified in the modified budget, for a total project cost of $1,940,000.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion, comments, questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Aye. Opposed? Abstained. Okay. So we have 3-1. Colleen?
Sorry, I'm going to abstain since I had to hop off and I missed most of the discussion. I don't feel it's fair to weigh in.
All right, thank you. So we have three in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention. Thank you.
All right, that is the last of the applications.
All right, thanks to
Thank
anybody
you.
who's on from the app. All right, so our next item, do we want to take another break or do we want to just keep charging?
I'm okay.
We do have lunches here if that weighs into your decision at all.
We'll take like a 5-minute break.
Or during executive session.
We can eat during the executive session.
Yeah, just.
How's your time, Colleen?
Okay, so let's enter our executive session. And pursuant to RS 192.660, Section 2I, we are allowed to meet in executive session to provide the agency director with an annual performance evaluation. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience will not be allowed in the room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed to not report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about the subject during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in the executive session, and at the end of the executive session, we will return to open session. The Teams live stream will now show a screen indicating we are in executive session, and we will remove it once we have returned.
You're doing it here?
Yeah, we're just gonna. think you're good.
Okay, we are back from executive session and we're now in our open session again. Per ORS 192-660, section 6, no decisions were made during the executive session. And now we're going on to agenda item F, board chair and vice chair appointment.
So,
Any discussion?
yes, no.
But
So-
very early.
Did you want to say something, Craig, first?
I nominate Laura to continue as the president and you as the vice chair, chair of vice, whatever it is.
Well, okay. I was going to nominate Laura also. So as long as there wasn't, since I probably shouldn't do it, not that I wouldn't like to run a meeting one more time, but that's all right. I would like to second that.
Okay, so do we want to do one vote for both chair and vice chair?
I don't see why we can't.
Okay. Any nominations for vice chair?
I nominate Bill.
Yeah, he
Okay,
got all the
all right.
Yeah.
So do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that Laura Jackson be chair for next year and that Val Early be vice chair. I guess contingent on her
Whenever.
staying on the board,
I'm hoping to make it to next June.
She'll always be here.
sitting on the shoulder, right? All those in favor?
Aye.
I abstain.
Aye.
I guess. Aye. All right, we got 5 ayes. Let's go. We did it.
Okay.
Next item is G, the board meeting timeline topics.
And I've added 2 from our discussion yesterday. January 2024, we will have a BSA data download on what kind of things that, just a recap of all their contacts and cost per contacts. And, with Brian, it's going to be a lot of data, but it's going to be good stuff to really show what those are doing. And then in October 23, we'll have Brian on for as part of the agenda. We'll have him do an overview of the eBird system. That is actually, I think it's already won a national award. It's getting a lot of attention. It's really a pretty neat thing that staff are doing. And so we can have him give a demo so y'all can see it.
Yeah, Joe's done a great job with that eBird program. Yeah, I'd given him a coin at the last meeting, but he continues to tweak it. It's unbelievable.
It is.
And talking to the law enforcement at Drift and everything, they're so enthusiastic about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that, it's interesting, if people were worried about the tracking of that, part of it's been super helpful because people call up and say, I've never seen a cop here ever. And we can pull up and say, well, last Thursday, there was,
right,
100 interactions with people on the water, like right here, we can see it. So it's been a great tool. So those are the things. If there's anything else that you all would like to add, this is, we want to make sure that the meetings are what you want to talk about. So looking ahead at the next meeting, it's in September, October, right?
October
And
25th.
it's scheduled for Pendleton. And I believe that one, there will be some facility components because there is starting to be a lot of discussion about non-motorized work up in the Umatilla area. And so I would suspect that we would probably the day before the meeting be looking at doing some more extensive facility tours for those that can make that part. And then the meeting, whatever day it's actually been scheduled for.
Okay.
So April of 24, it seems like we probably or should start or continue talking about legislative concepts. I know that's kind of a regular thing, but I just wanted to make sure that that's on the calendar if it doesn't already start in January of 24.
Yeah. Good catch.
That will be here before we know it.
It's crazy. I mean, short session's what, 6.5 months away?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that makes sense. And do we have, so our next January and the spring meeting are going to both be in Salem again?
I think so because it's grants. January should be, I can tell you.
We have April 24 and October 24 for grants.
Oh,
Salem in January. And Astoria in April. And Salem in July. And River in October.
Great, thank you. Anybody have any other announcements, comments?
yes, one more. I think you have done a fabulous job over the last year being the chair. Appreciate all your attentiveness to communication with the board and also all of your notes and protocol for the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. You were great. You were a great mentor and the transfers. You too.
I just want to say thanks to Jennifer, because she's been really helpful, filling in, doing the root miles while it's gone. So thank you for all your help and just following my own things. I appreciate that very much.
I'd echo that. I think Jennifer's fabulous. So she always keeps us all going in line. And thank you again, Colleen. You weren't here at the very beginning, but thank you very much for your service to the Oregon voters.
Yes, thank you. You'll have to replay the video to hear the comments that were made on President.
And here I was hoping for the quiet exit. I'm not a big fan of goodbyes.
I understand that.
It's been an adventure for sure.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? With that, the meeting is adjourned and we'll see everybody sometime soon.
Oh.
Jennifer?